Oh yeah, it's gonna be one of those days where no matter how hard I try, I've already got a couple of haters and people. I think what's really happening with that is the pseudo relationship that people have with that person, with that product. What's happening now is they want to put scaffolding up around the falling down house because they don't know what they're going to do if the house falls down. And that applies to a lot of situations. What I find interesting about the human condition is that if you believe something and you walk into a conversation and there's no way anybody can say anything to you that's going to change your mind, then just say that at the beginning of the conversation so everybody knows, like, nothing you say will change my mind on this topic. And I tell people that on the show. There are certain topics that my mind is made up. Nothing you say is going to change my mind. If you bring me empirical data, if you bring me evidence, if you bring me something else, but based on what I've seen, my interpretation is X. Unless we suddenly have new evidence to consider, don't waste your time. You won't change. There is no amount of argument. There is no structure. Now, if you have a piece of evidence that I'm not aware of, please introduce that and we can have a conversation about that. And then as a reasonable human, I will take that new data, that new information, and I will integrate it into the thing. I'm not saying that I will never change my mind. But what I'm saying is, based on all the available data, no amount of somebody's editorializing is going to change my mind on some topics. There's lots of topics people change my mind about. And one of the things I take pride in is when people bring up the common things like freedom of speech. Right now, we've got the Jimmy Kimmel thing, and people are mass exodusing off of Disney Plus, ESPN, Hulu, all these platforms. Well, they're saying that Jimmy Kimmel has the right to free speech. No, he doesn't. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't have the right to free speech in the scenario in which he expressed his free speech. Free speech, and as I said on the show, I think I said it yesterday and the day before, Jimmy Kimmel's going to get paid because his contract says he's going to get paid. Jimmy Kimmel, and I haven't seen the contract. I don't work for Disney Legal. I don't work for Jimmy Kimmel. The contract basically had, as long as you don't say the 7 words you can't say on television, he can't. That's the only restraint on his speech that was put in by the contract. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's false. I haven't seen the contract. But what I do know is that if it's true, Disney always has the right to exercise buying you out of the contract. What people are running off and they're saying, well, Disney's wrong. Well, if Disney pays him and pays him not to perform, they can do that. That is a completely legitimate method. Because as you heard, they didn't say that the show's been canceled, right? They just said they're not broadcasting it because they had sub-affiliates that said they weren't going to broadcast it, and they need to figure out what's going to happen. What people need to realize is Disney is a publicly traded but privately held company. You don't even know what Jimmy Kimmel said. I don't know if I have it queued up. I don't think what Jimmy Kimmel said was egregious. Here, I'll show you Ben Shapiro because he's gonna show the clip. I didn't know if I had it directly. We'll listen to Ben here for a second.
Kimmel's late night talk show is being suspended by ABC over his viral comments about Charlie Kirk. A network spokesperson said Wednesday that Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely. The network's action came just after Nexstar, one of the biggest owners of local TV stations in the country, including 28 ABC affiliates, said it will preempt the series for the immediate future. A source said that ABC had also heard from at least one other station group about the show, suggesting an affiliate revolt may have played a role in the decision. The dramatic move also follows Federal Communications Commission Chair Brendan Carr threatening to take action against ABC affiliates in the wake of Kimmel suggesting the Kirk shooting suspect was a MAGA Republican during a monologue earlier this week. Supposedly, Kimmel was prepared to address the backlash on Wednesday night shows. He planned to explain what he said and demonstrate how it was taken out of context. It wasn't. So let's begin by playing the clip that effectively got Kimmel thrown off the air.
Some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
So it wasn't the last part that got Kimmel suspended. It was the first part where he said that the shooter was one of their own. It was a MAGA person. Now,
but he didn't say the shooter was one of their own. And that's what I take as a trained journalist. I didn't pursue journalism as a career, but I was trained as a journalist. Jimmy Kimmel didn't say the guy was a MAGA Republican. He said the Republican Party spent the weekend scoring political points, doing everything they could to make sure he wasn't associated. So it boils down to, does Kimmel have the right to say that? No. He has the right to say it on a street corner. He has the right to say it in a public park. He doesn't have the right to say it when he's an employee of ABC who's owned by Disney. And it's a matter of, do you have the right to say it versus should you have said it versus could you have said it? Personally, I think Donald Trump and the entire Make America Great Again party are a bunch of fucking pussies. I think they are fucking childish. I think they are cowardly. I think that they're bullies. I think they're dystopian. I think they're authoritarian. I think Donald Trump has implicated a number of people in war crimes. I think J.D. Vance has laughed about America committing war crimes. We don't have to blow up Venezuelan drug smuggling boats, despite what anybody has been told, until we have taken first of all, we don't even have the right to blow up Venezuelan drug smuggling boats in international waters until we've taken every plausible possible step to intercept and board the boat, because that's what the law calls for. That's what international law requires. International law actually requires the United States to contact the flagged nation and ask permission to board the boat. And if permission is denied, then they can board the boat anyway. Yeah, Trump thinks he has every right he wants, and you will have to sue him to prove otherwise. But he's suing the New York Times for, I think it's the New York Times, for $16 billion. Dude, bitch, you're broke. You couldn't even come up with the $500 million you needed to come up with in order to file your appeal on your conspiracy to defraud civil case. How did you take $16 billion in losses if you don't have $16 billion? First of all, to lose a case in slander, defamation, libel, not only what you say has to be false, but the other side has to prove what you said was false, that you knew it was false, and that there is no other logical, plausible interpretation of the facts. Like, I put out a video game story this morning that I sent that to no less than 20 people, and we've looked at that story that I put out this morning word by word and line by line, and we've put in words and we've taken out words and we've made words singular instead of them being plural. We've torn that thing up to make sure it's as airtight. If I get asked to put my hand on a Bible and swear that what I said in that story this morning is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, no out of context, no omissions, no masquerading, I can do that. Because to the very best of my knowledge, what I reported on this morning was the absolute truth. There are no assumptions, there are questions, but there's no assumptions. And even the questions we refined. Trump has an agenda against the mainstream media. Kimmel was just the latest victim. Trump has an agenda against the mainstream media that makes him look bad. The problem is, going after the mainstream media has, like, Disney was afraid that they were going to get actioned by the federal government. That's what people aren't understanding. They're abandoning Disney. Disney's like, look, man, we needed to do this shit because we were afraid of the FCC. I love that we're all using the word masquerading so much more now. Right, because saying that somebody is masquerading the truth is a lot safer than calling the person a liar. See, liar is a direct accusation. If you say somebody's masquerading the truth, then what you're saying is they're just covering it up. I've never done that. I don't do that shit. I'm a big boy. I also don't try to explain away when I say to people, call me your tits. I generally don't say the phrase call me your tits to women. I say call me your tits to men. I also, if I use the phrase y'all bitches be yapping, I don't give a fuck. Like, I will say y'all bitches be yapping, y'all dogs be barking. I wonder if they're just looking for a reason to get rid of their talk shows. No, they're insanely popular. I don't know why you would say they're not really popular anymore. No, because ABC was this is what the FCC was looking at actioning ABC. I don't know Kimmel's contract. I don't have a copy of it. There may be a clause in his contract that says I won't do bullshit apologies. Right, but there's a difference between advertisers pulling out and the government, the head of the FCC, the head of the Federal Communications Committee, talking about actioning Disney. Because remember, the last thing you want is the FCC up your ass when you have multiple cable shows, you own fucking a third or more of the overall media. You don't want the FCC in there slowing you down. There is a difference when a company says something, the company decides the company's wrong versus the company's getting outside pressure. And when it comes to freedom of speech, I think, honestly, this whole idea that Brendan Carr was exerting pressure on Disney when previous to being the head of the FCC, he talked about how free speech and political satire, although distasteful, is important. Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert are defending Jimmy Kimmel and free speech. But I think what they all need to do is everybody needs to take a step back. How is Disney not a monopoly? Because Disney, when they purchased Fox, they purchased Marvel, they purchased Lucasfilms. Every time Disney makes a major acquisition, they have to ask the government, Mother, may I do this? When they bought Fox, they went to the government and said, Mother, may I buy Fox? And the government came back with, no, you may not. You must spin off Fox Sports, or you must spin off ESPN. And when they say spin off, the anti-monopoly examination, you must sever all ties. You must make them completely independent. There can't be any way for them to get you back. Disney then decided when it bought Fox, it was going to spin off Fox Sports and Fox News. Universal owns NBC. Universal owns NBC, Disney owns ABC, Paramount owns CBS. So they're not a monopoly because in TV broadcasting, there's 3 major options. But yes, when Disney acquired Fox, they were told you must spin off either Fox Sports or ESPN, otherwise you'll own too much of sports broadcasting. Why wouldn't Stewart or Colbert defend Kimmel? They're on the same side politically. Look at what happened when Tucker Carlson got fired. There's a clip of Jimmy Kimmel making fun of him saying he deserved to be fired. Right. And that's where we run into a big problem. Did I watch Stewart last night? Yeah, they slammed Trump, because Jon Stewart doesn't give a shit. Jon Stewart could care less. He's not scared of Trump. But here's where everybody needs to. You've got Carlson and you've got Kimmel. If you think him being censored was good and him being censored is bad, you're part of the problem. If you think him being censored was bad and him being censored is good, you're part of the problem. If you think him being censored was bad and him being censored is bad, you're part of the solution. And if you think him being censored was good and him being censored was good, you are the problem. Because freedom of speech does not apply to a company getting rid of you. I want to stop you there. Only the government can censor you. If I ban you from this channel, that is not censorship. That is moderation. I don't have to provide you a platform. There is a huge difference. You're right. That's different. But it's the same exact. There is no difference between me banning a chatter and ABC getting rid of Kimmel. Freedom of speech does not apply. It's your show, your background, your home, your rules. Right. That is why ABC did not censor Kimmel. Because it's their network. It's their show. That's where we need people to understand the First Amendment right. What is censorship and what is consequence? Where the Kimmel problem comes up is because the FCC, which is a branch of the government, an arm of the government, was threatening the parent company of ABC. Except now it becomes subjective because we don't have clear guidelines from the founding fathers about government interference. I'm really not comfortable with the government pressuring private networks. CBS and others can fire without cause, but the FCC applying pressure on Wednesday for Monday comments, then his shoulder was pulled. Yeah, you're right. It is. That is a well-defined crux of the problem. And this is what we need more of. We need more of that. We need more people to admit, yes, ABC had every right to suspend Kimmel indefinitely as long as they pay him. The other problem is what people they don't have to ever air an episode they don't want to air. They can see an episode and say, we're not airing that. As long as they pay him, whatever the contracts, if you choose to not show my show. The FCC didn't say fire Kimmel or you're done. The FCC said we're going to begin doing an investigation. And as I said, when you're Disney and you have Disney Plus, you have Hulu, you're partnered with HBO Max, you have Disney Junior, you have ABC. The last thing you want is the FCC up your ass because then everything gets slowed down. The timeline of events is that Kimmel made comments, and then Brendan Carr made comments, putting pressure on Disney and ABC, and Disney and ABC already facing issues with one sub-affiliate with 26 local channels, and another sub-affiliate saying, we're not going to, we may not show the Kimmel show. That means all the advertising dollars that Disney was counting on, they weren't going to get, because in fact, they might not have gotten any of it because the contract says it's going to be syndicated in all these areas. And now your sub-affiliates didn't show it. And I don't know what their contracts look like. Their contracts may say we reserve the right to not show material that we find offensive or we object to. The trick is we need to remember that we've got multiple silos here. We've got your political rights, right? And then we've got your commercial rights, and then we have the company's commercial rights. I should put rights in quotes because rights is not a legal doctrine, but what they're allowed to do, what they have to do. The only people are confused about the First Amendment. It only stops the government from incarcerating you for speech that they don't like. It has never, ever freed you from consequence. People that are upset because they're like, my job fired me because of comments I made. Yeah, your job fired you because of comments you made. Hey, thanks, Lard. Yeah, the shorts that I'm doing on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, we're starting to get some traction. But see, where the issue comes is since people don't know their rights, people argue about things and it's like, but that's not your right. Technically, it's not your job, it's your boss's job. Yeah. People are like, well, I'm not on a contract, I'm an employee. That's called an employment contract. Like, yes, you are in a contract. If you show up, what people don't understand is unless there are protections written for when you can and cannot be fired. I'm a minute late for work, you're fired. That's not fair. What's in the handbook? There's nothing in the handbook. You're right. There's nothing in the handbook. People then will argue it's only a minute. So you're saying you're late and now you're arguing the degree of late. Yeah, well, you're still fired. And when they go to unemployment, they get denied unemployment because the company's like, yeah, they were late. Well, what's the policy? We don't have one. Late is late. And then the unemployment person has to ferret through, and it depends on which state you're in. And is that legal? Are you in a state that has a requirement for progressive discipline? Are you in a state that's laws say you can't be terminated for the first time you're late? I have a friend, she got fired. She was given a new shift, and then they asked her to take a different shift, and she refused. And then she got all confused when she got fired quickly thereafter. 49 of the 50 states are at-will states, and even the only state that's not an at-will state, you can still be fired for a lot of reasons. I would be open to expanding freedom of speech so people couldn't be fired. Fuck that. I would be adamantly against that. I would be adamantly against. I would oppose expanding freedom of speech so that you can't be fired for your speech. It is not the government's job to tell me what I have to tolerate unless the government is paying me to employ those people. See, I think a lot of people have never been taught political theory. And people think that there's like a little bit of overlap between my rights and your rights. And there is no overlap between my rights and your rights. There is no overlap. It works like this. These are my rights. And these are your rights. And your rights end right there where my rights begin. You want to have an opinion, and you also want to have that you work for my company in your social media profile. So when you say some fool ass shit, my company suffers for it. Well, how did you have to show losses? No, I don't. The law doesn't require me to do that. If my receptionist has to take 2 phone calls this morning about your behavior, that's a disruption to my receptionist's workflow. You're terminated. You're terminated for misconduct. When you apply for unemployment, I'm going to say I fired you for misconduct. I'm going to write it up, and 9 times out of 10, I'm going to win. Well, what about the government job? Again, the government can't incarcerate you for the statements you make. But if you have a government job, the Pickering test says, did you create a hoopla around your statements? If the answer is yes, you can be terminated. I get why people want to have freedom of speech, but people want freedom from consequence. See, remember, freedom of speech we have to jump in the time machine and go back to 1770-ish, where people were being arrested for their opinion about the king. They were being arrested and disappeared because they would say something. You have the right to criticize. I have the right to shit on Donald Trump. If Dan Clancy pops into my show and thinks that my 28 viewer, no revenue generating ass is a liability to Twitch, Dan Clancy has the right to terminate my channel. I understand this and I accept it. If I got banned on Twitch for my political views, I would say that's their house. There's a difference between digging up someone's tweet from 15 years ago when they were 16 versus getting them consequences for something they say in real time. No, there's not. No, there's absolutely not. And anybody who thinks this doesn't understand the word integrity. There is no difference between bringing up something from 15 years ago and bringing up something from 15 minutes ago. If you said racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic shit 15 years ago, have the fucking integrity, the manhood, the sisterhood of the traveling pants, whatever the appropriate. If you were 16 years old, why all of a sudden am I going to give you a pass that you said ignorant ass shit at 16? You said it, right? You said it. Why can't you own it? If you knew that you've said shit 16 years ago, why didn't you go and filter out your own fucking social media? I mean, the same reason we give kids passes on all type of shit. I don't give, what's this Wii? You got a mouse in your pocket? I don't give kids passes on all kinds of shit. I never have. I don't give a kid a pass. Instead of giving a kid a pass, I hold the kid accountable, and then I look at who else should I be holding accountable. I don't give the kid a pass. I don't say because a 16-year-old says some ism shit. So kids should be convicted as adults in all instances. No, and I don't know why you built a straw man to ask me that question. Is it an adult offense or is it an adolescent offense? See, you're trying to paint me into a circle. Don't do that. Is it murder? What are the extenuating circumstances? You can't just say as an adult in all cases. No, but see what you're doing is you're dealing in absolutisms. No, kids shouldn't be convicted as adults in all instances, which is why there is a hearing to determine if the kids can be tried as an adult or not. What evidence can the state provide that this particular child should be tried as an adult versus this particular child shouldn't? If a kid posts on his fucking Facebook, I'm going to get in my car and I'm going to go run over the first old person I see, and they get out into their car. But that's not a pass. See, you say in some instances the kid should be given a pass. That's not a pass. You've got the whole fucking system turned upside down in your head. No, it's not a pass. Remember, this is the threshold. This kid and this kid do similar crimes. This kid is going to pass through the threshold and be tried as an adult. This kid does not pass through the threshold, so this kid is still tried, but he's tried as a minor. There's no pass here. Each gets the justice that they should get. Each stands on their side of the appropriate scale. This kid, right? This kid got into an accident and he gets the charges dismissed. He accidentally kills a pedestrian. He kills a pedestrian Guy walking down the middle of the road at night wearing all black. The kid is driving. The kid clips him. The guy dies. After an exhaustive investigation, they decide that there's no malice. There's no motive. They don't charge him with vehicular homicide because there's no reason to. That's not a pass. An exhaustive investigation was done and the threshold of the crime was not met. This kid posts at 2:30 a.m., I'm going to get in my car and I'm going to run somebody over. And at 4:15, he runs somebody over. Would you judge a 16-year-old and a 31-year-old the same for an ignorant racist statement? Depends. Am I judging a 31-year-old on the statement they made as a 16-year-old? If they've continued to make racist statements their entire life, then yeah. When given it, see, you say the word judge. The word judge includes the opportunity for the accused to provide a defense. If I say, hey man, I just stumbled upon, like somebody found my live journal in the Ashes of Creation community. I'm not embarrassed about any of the shit that I said in that journal. I'm not embarrassed about it. Look at it through the lens of, I was a 20-year-old, 20 to 24, I think. I'm not embarrassed about the shit that I said. Was I a different person? Yeah. But if you say, hey, I found this, oh, well, that was a different version of me. No, that's bullshit. Yeah, I said it. Are you going to find any racism in there? No. You going to find any sexism in there? You're probably going to find some derogatory comments about fucking recreational, vigorous activity. What is socially acceptable definitely changes over time, usually generation to generation. Unfortunately, what happens is, what is socially acceptable isn't acceptable to all people, which is why some businesses go out of business because they no longer want to deal with the new generation of people. What's socially acceptable is dictated really by the consumer, because society revolves around basically businesses. But to give you an example of one, when I was a kid, collared shirt to go to church. Collared shirt. The older you got, you threw a tie on that shit. Now I see people going to church in torn jeans, ripped hoodies. Shit, man. I saw a person show up to church with a shirt with vulgarity on it. And I was proud of the fucking pastor. The pastor was up on the altar and he was preparing and he looked out and he saw the shirt. He walked down and he's like, I'm going to ask you to leave, or I'm going to ask you to go into the bathroom and turn your shirt inside out. The guy literally says to the pastor, well, why? I have a right to be here. Get the fuck out. That's when every Catholic church should come with one of those stone soldiers from Harry Potter, where the pastor's like, hey, Golem. Like, the pastor was like, I'm going to ask you to leave, or I'm going to ask you to turn your shirt inside out. Like, I'm here to drink beer and fuck bitches is probably not appropriate for church, even though Jesus turned water into wine and he hung out with prostitutes. Hung out with them. I'm not saying he slept with them. I'm just saying he hung out with them. I think people don't understand freedom of speech and freedom of expression only applies in public. Send him to get his hands wrong. You just enrolled in Sunday school with the nuns. Right. But until people get educated, people are like, we're hurting Disney by canceling our Hulu and our Disney Prime and our whatever. Yeah, just like somebody said, maybe ABC was waiting on an opportunity to get rid of Kimmel. Maybe you've been waiting on an opportunity to get rid of Disney Plus, and now that they did something and you're jumping on the bandwagon, you're going to get rid of your Disney Plus, and you just didn't want to feel guilty about it when you canceled it. I tried painting my friend's face like one of the clowns from ICP for Halloween. It turned out looking like crap, so we just painted his face black. I hope no one finds those old pictures. I don't want him getting fired from his job. As I always told people growing up, I'm not in a lot of photographs because I knew this expression long before I was in the military. Photos aren't memories, they're evidence. But we're living in a society that too many people who are irrelevant, I hate to say anybody's irrelevant, but there's an awful lot of irrelevant people. Too many people that are irrelevant are saying my way or the highway, and then they get upset when you say, okay, walk. And they're like, wait, what? It's my way or the highway. Cool. Peace. Looks like Disney's down about 2% today. Yeah, who cares? I mean, honestly, when people... Let me know what Disney's doing in... Let me know what Disney's doing in 2 weeks from now. Let me know if they don't recover. All down 2% is an adjustment because there was some profit taking. Disney's also up. Well, from where they flopped earlier this year, they were down to 91. They're back up to 112. Disney doesn't give a shit. And you know why Disney doesn't give a shit? Because in a week from now, yeah, we don't even know if it's related to the recent events. It's probably related to all these people that are saying, I'm canceling my Hulu, I'm canceling my Disney Plus. It's a good thing that people are doing it. Because now Disney's going to look around and say, how do we get these people back? We need to do a good Avengers movie. And we only need to put it on Disney Plus. Because you know all these fucking people will be right back. People don't have these morals that they really try to... I don't give a shit. I'm not canceling my Disney Plus. Just more fucking ass pain for me. I'm not canceling that shit because I'm not offended. I've got two 40-ounce Stanleys only because they were on sale at GovX. So I do like the Stanley. I like the Stanley because I can put ice in it at 7 o'clock at night. And the next morning or in the middle of the night when my teeth are bleeding, the water is still ice cold. I have another one that I don't like because the ice melts within like 2 hours. So I really like those. We made jokes about wearing clothes made from sweatshop kids from China. The only thing I stopped using was Gillette ad for men are just toxic. I don't give a shit about the ad. I switched to Amazon's razor. When I use a razor, I don't have to use a razor often. I switched to that because it's like less than 10% the cost. So for the next year, I'll be using Amazon razors. Some shit has just gotten too expensive. Yeah, you feel like a fish gulping down an ocean after the gym? Absolutely. So, but yeah, freedom of speech. People need to be really, really, really careful about freedom of speech. Because they don't understand it. They don't understand their liberties. And it's a shame. I got asked a question, and the question was, why do I think so many kids don't understand their liberties? Kids run around and they think I have the right to do this. Like the kids, like people don't understand how the process works, which is why I've said numerous times, I want to change senior year in high school for kids. I want half of a kid's senior year in high school to be like the real shit of society. Like teach them how to get arrested, right? Teach them how to get arrested. What do you mean teach them how to get arrested? I think that everybody should have a class where they get 2 or 3 opportunities throughout the year to get arrested in a simulated environment so they understand how to get arrested, how to get a ticket. Because kids freak out, right? It's got to be 11th, not 12th. I would say 11th, but the problem is 11th grade, they're still taking all the academic classes they need for the ACT and the SAT. You say make that lesson the first day of high school instead, so the ones that drop out of high school have at least seen it. Let me stop you there. The ones that drop out of high school are the ones that aren't going to get anything from the lesson anyway. More police community service to schools and whatnot, so people stop seeing them as bad guys. Yeah, but the problem is the failure of community policing is it doesn't matter how many good things you do. Human nature is as soon as you have a bad interaction with somebody, you're going to think negatively of them. A couple of years ago, I was pissed off. I woke up in the morning. I was seeing all the news about the airport. I woke up at 3 in the morning and my flight was still on time. I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning and my flight was canceled. I desperately tried to call the airport and I couldn't get a flight. I ended up having to rent a car and drive home because I had a business meeting the next day that I couldn't reschedule. I had to be at. I was pissed off at Southwest Airlines because even though I'd had 30 great flights with them prior, they fucked me over. So when I called, knowing that I wanted something from them, I called and I said, hey, if you look at my record, I've had 30 great trips with you guys, but you fucked me over on this one to the tune of $500 and some odd. Then they're like, we're going to refund your ticket. I said, that's great, but it still doesn't change the fact that I had to incur cost, 16 hours in a car, gas. She's like, do you have all those receipts available? I said, I have them all right now. She's like, email them to me. She said, we can't give you cash because that's not what we can do in this situation. But will you accept the fact that I've refunded your entire ticket, not just your flight home side? They pretended like I'd never flown at all. So I got like $2,800 back and they gave me $750 in flight credit. I said, absolutely. As long as it doesn't expire in 1 year, as long as I have 2 years to use it. She said, I can make that change. Because of that, I continue to say great things about Southwest Airlines. I could give you the lesson on police and community policing and the DARE guy and all those things, because most schools still do DARE. But as soon as a kid gets arrested or hassled or a ticket, they shit talk the cop. The only way I can think of battling a bad experience by creating a lot of good ones, except it doesn't work. It's simply, we know from psychology, good, bad, fuck them. And I don't disagree with you, but the problem is, being an educator, I know that 11th grade is absolutely important for the kids to take their ACT and their SAT. Now, if we want to change the SAT and the ACT and decide that we want to actually have a unified education system in this country, then I agree with you. But an early release for kids who have jobs goes right out the window if you're going to actually restructure their life. Like I said, save 99 kids but miss one, they die in a fire. You're now the guy that didn't save a kid from a fire. Right. Absolutely. You can't save them all. You can do a great thing, but as soon as there's something bad about you, people forget all the good you did. I don't disagree that we should start teaching civics in freshman year. And we could, but we have to look at the whole system then. Again, I'm against high school biology and the way that they do it, Because high school biology, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Yay! I took biology in freshman year of high school. I've never taken biology again. I understand that stuff I learned in biology was teaching me like the scientific method and research skills and all this other shit. But you could do that with more meaningful classes. But teaching kids how to be arrested, because what kids don't realize is, and I think this is bullshit, and if I got to rewrite the rules, I would rewrite the rules. I believe a police officer should have to say to you at the beginning of every encounter, I am Officer Jalan, my badge number is 65. Do you wish to speak to me? No. Have a good day. Do you wish to speak to me? Yes. Just so you are aware, you are not currently a suspect. You are not currently under investigation. Therefore, I am not reading you your Miranda rights. Therefore, your Miranda protections are not currently in play. Well, that would make the police's job harder. You're right, it would. But it was designed to. People are like, I didn't get read my Miranda rights. And? You didn't get read your Miranda rights. At the time the police were speaking to you, they had no idea that you were a suspect. So the shit that you said is admissible. That is why a lot of times you'll see a more senior officer stop a rookie officer and say, we're going to go ahead and stop this conversation right here. If an officer ever looks at you and says, we're going to go ahead and stop this conversation right here, shut the fuck up. Because he now knows he needs to disengage to re-engage so that he can read your Miranda rights, because whatever you've said has just made you a fucking suspect. That's why he doesn't want you talking, because then a good defense attorney is going to, when he's talking to the cops, say, well, at that point, didn't you believe it was more likely rather than less likely he was a suspect? Because not everything is beyond a reasonable doubt. At what point in your mind, at what point in the conversation did you believe that Jack Skellington had become a suspect? 10 questions before I read him his Miranda rights? Good. Then everything, all those 10 questions and everything else is all now fruit of the poisonous tree. As I say to people, the best advice I can give you as the smallest litmus test is when talking to an officer, shut the fuck up and don't be talking to an officer. Unless you called them. Unless you specifically called the police officer, shut the fuck up. If they come to your door to talk to you, shut the fuck up. Is Mr. Jalan home? How can I help you? Well, we need to speak to him. About what? Well, are you him? I'm not inclined to say. What do you need to talk to him about? Well, we can't talk to you. Have a good day then. Shut the door. If the police knew that you were guilty of shit, they wouldn't be asking shit. They'd be arresting you. It's what I taught my students when I was a civics teacher. If the police have enough to be arresting you, they don't want you talking. They don't want you to say shit until they read you your Miranda rights. If they could arrest you, they'd be arresting you. Remember, everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. It cannot be used for you. A police officer cannot testify on your behalf. Well, I couldn't have committed the crime because I was at my grandmother's. He can't say that. That's hearsay. But if you said, yeah, I was there and I was 2 blocks away, they'll say, well, yeah, he admitted to being at the gas station 2 blocks away. Well, why does it work that way? Because it's a fucked up system. Russia jets violating Estonian airspace. Can we just say that Russia doesn't give a shit? Because nobody's stopping Russia? Why would Russia give 2 shits about NATO. Why would Russia care? Estonia says Russian jets violated its airspace in brazen incursion. 3 Russian jets violated Estonian airspace Friday in a move that the Baltic nation called unprecedentedly brazen, and that appears to be the latest test of NATO's defenses by the Kremlin forces. The incursion occurred over the Gulf of Finland, where MiG-31 fighter aircraft entered Estonian airspace without permission and remained there for 12 minutes. Russia has already violated Estonian airspace 4 times this year, which is unacceptable. Russia increasingly extensive testing of boundaries and growing aggressiveness must be met with a swift increase in political and economic pressure. No, it needs to be dealt with swiftly with military pressure. Unidentified aircraft, you have entered sovereign Estonian airspace. Change your heading to ... immediately. And if they say anything but complying, lock them up and blow the fuck out of them. Yeah, it needs to be dealt with by shooting the fucking planes down. Let me tell you, you don't want American aircraft in your airspace for 12 fucking seconds, let alone 12 fucking minutes. Okay? We have fucking Grandpa Buff, the B-52, can fire fucking cruise missiles. Don't let him loiter for 12 minutes. As long as Russia doesn't get hit with the stick, Russia's figuring out how long do they have. It was like, we know this. We've already dealt with this. We've seen this. We see it every day. We see it every day. Israel won't go the fuck home. Why? Because nobody's making Israel go the fuck home. Saudi Arabia just started a mini NATO with Pakistan. Hello? Saudi Arabia's tired of all this shit going on around it. What the fuck happened to actually addressing things in a way that fixes the problem? The Luigi Mangione case, didn't he just have 2 things thrown out? Based on the last 2 weeks, Russia getting spanked right now. No, they're not. Russia has carved up the Ukraine, and the Ukraine can't take back any of the land. The Ukraine has taken a little bit of Russian territory. Russia has taken massive cuts of the Ukraine. Unless the world is willing to give the Ukraine everything it needs, the Ukraine will deplete. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what losses they take. Russia is losing conscripts and released prisoners. Russia's military is still sitting back in Russia. That the Ukraine will deplete all their human. Every Ukrainian soldier that dies without taking out somewhere in the order of 17 to 22 Russian soldiers with him means that he died before doing his job. Yeah, doesn't matter what they lose until it affects Moscow or St. Petersburg. It doesn't matter what Russia loses when they lose a little bit of one city and they've taken a third of eastern Ukraine. Because you have... in war, it's better to not lose the land than it is to have to take the land back. Russia doesn't give a shit. Look, what happened the last time the Ukraine ran out of 105 millimeter artillery shells? Russia was able to make massive gains. I'm sorry, European countries, yeah, if you lose 2 tanks a day and you own 2 million tanks, you're going to win over the guy who loses 2 tanks a month and loses 30. Because the Ukraine has a fixed amount of hardware. We know at this current depletion rate when they run out. Sure, and I'm not saying that the Russian military is great. The Russian military is fucking cobbled together bullshit, right? You had Ukrainian farmers stealing Russian tanks with tractors. And I'm not saying that the Ukrainian forces aren't doing great things. But at some point, you know, yeah, Russia can produce up to 300 drones per day. The Ukraine can produce not that many. Was the Ukrainian offensive into Russia where they hit targets deep in Russia with these trucks that had wood tops? That was a great military strike. Absolutely brilliant. But it didn't do enough. It's like when I say this and people get mad at me, the United States could not win a war against China if our goal was to take over China. If our goal was to take over China, we simply can't, we would never set that goal because we can't achieve that goal. And let's take a smaller country. The United States would never want to fight Iran. We could destroy every one of Iran's boats, planes, weapons centers, everything. But that country is so fucking hostile to invaders. We wouldn't be able to, yeah, unless you want to take over the ashes, the nuclear glowing ashes that was China or Iran. Iran is just fucking inhospitable in these stretches. Like, there's fucking towns. That's like I saw Donald Trump talking about, he wants to go back to Afghanistan and take our airport back. I actually disagree with this. I agree with the idea because if you remember when I was streaming, I called Joe Biden an idiot for giving up the airport. Give up the rest of the country. Give up the rest of the country, but don't let them take the airport. Because then if we have the airport, and I don't think the Taliban would have fucked with us. I really don't. I think if the United States had simply said, you will create a 2-mile standoff around this airport, that's ours. You can use the airport as long as we coordinate it. But for every fucking mortar or rocket or bomb or IED that explodes at this airport, we're gonna fuck shit up. I think we'd still have control of the airport in a 2-mile standoff around the airport. Because remember, as much as people don't like it, the Taliban is the legitimate government in Afghanistan. Well, they ousted the democratically elected, yeah, and that's called a revolution. You don't like that they're in charge, but they're in charge. But there's no point in taking the airport back now. One of the biggest flaws we have as America is that we don't have continuity of leadership. We have a plan for continuity of succession, but if a Democrat does things one way and a Republican does things another way, the rest of the world is like, well, what the fuck do we do? Or the rest of the world is like, don't worry, just wait. Just wait, everything will change in 20 minutes. We can't even bring peace to our own country. And we're talking about going in and taking back the Kabul airport? Like, why? I don't want to be in a war. Like, we're in a war of politics right now. We're in a war right now of shit like this. Grocery prices have jumped, and there's no relief in sight. Grocery prices are up 29% since February of 2020. 29%. People don't have enough to eat. When you look at your basic leadership handbook, if your people don't have enough to eat, hungry people are unpredictable. Look at all of fucking human history. What were under feudalism, what were 7 out of every 10 rebellions about? Not having enough to eat. Not taxing people too much. Taxing them too much. They can't eat. We're in a situation right now where I don't think the ruling families of the world understand how fucked we are. I really don't. Look at Nepal. Yeah, look at Nepal is a great example. You want to put a ban on social media, and I will tell you, it takes a hard person to fire into a crowd of unarmed civilians. Especially when those civilians are your own people. They made jokes on TikTok about how the rich can afford food, but they can't themselves. We have... You can't eat crypto. You can't eat it. You can't eat money. The problem is also you produce a lot of food Americans don't eat. The soybeans in these trade wars have hit all your soybean farmers crazy hard. You're right. China bought an absurd amount of soybeans from America last year. So all these farmers were growing soybeans, and now China hasn't ordered any of it. Farmers are always one fucking season away from being broke. People think because food's expensive, farmers are rich. Farmers are basically in a continuous state of poverty. They're in a continuous state of investment expansion. Shit, I expanded too much. Let me dial back. Let me make money. Let me pay bills. Let me expand. Like around here, a lot of the farmers didn't get their ethanol contracts renewed. They're not growing anything this year because one guy has like 8,000 acres of land. He's growing stuff on like 2,000 acres because that's all he had contract for. He couldn't afford to grow 6,000 acres worth of crop. It's all barren. We have hungry fucking people, right? Yeah, rich farmers are 2 seasons away. Rich farmers can absorb one bad season and then finance to the next year. Poor farmers they're the ones that are shit. Like, well, if the bank doesn't float me a loan, I'm fucked. We live in a world right now where farmers that have worked their whole life, they get offered $1 million or they get offered like $12 million for 1,000 acres, and they sell that, and they're like, oh, I like that. Then they just stop farming. And then they're like, oh, well, somebody will buy the land and I have enough to live. We gotta fucking eat. It's like, I love vegans. I love people that make their choice on what you will put in your body, what you won't put in your body. That's fine. But vegans got to shut the fuck up when they start saying what 2 kilograms of grain does versus what for humans. Look, there is a reason why we transferred into growing food to feed animals. Because a cow feeds more people than the food the cow eats feeds people. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be profitable to do it this way. If vegans, and what I don't get is why people that can exist inside of another system want to take away people's rights. It amazes me. If you take this as the current dietary landscape, you can be a vegetarian, you can be a vegan, you can be a pescatarian, which sounds like a religion to me, but whatever. Or you can be a person that eats everything. You vegans right here, you exist, you can choose not to eat meat. You can make that choice. You can't make that choice for me. You can choose to not eat animal products. You can do that. You can't make that choice for me. Why the fuck can't you just accept? Hey, can I talk to you about something? What is that? Being a vegan? No thanks. I'm a member of PETA. What? People eating tasty animals. I like tasty animals. I like fish. I like chicken. I like pork. Last night I had some pork chops in the fridge that were gonna go bad. All I had last night was pork chops and applesauce. Didn't make any side dishes because I needed to use up a pound of pork chops. You can live like, I can live like that. I don't hurt you. I'm not eating people. I will be on the side of the vegans that want to restrict people's diet if we're going after Jeffrey Dahmer. Can we all agree with that? Can we all agree that we'll all unify when it comes time to take out the cannibals? Yeah, isn't it weird how as soon as vegans became a big thing, they had to remove more rainforests to grow more food? Isn't it a weird thing that when you actually study which crops are fucking more like damaging to the environment than others, fucking avocados are absolutely deplorable for agriculture because of the water to crop yield ratio. But no one says shut the fuck up. Like, you're mad about my cheeseburger, right? You're mad about my cheeseburger. Leave me alone, or we're gonna start doing fucking water utilization studies over your avocados. I wonder what the vegetarian wants to do with all the animals if we stopped eating meat. Well, ideally, if you stopped eating meat, you would say, we're going to not have meat be allowed through this date, and we would allow the process. But what I want to know about vegetarians is, what do they think is going to happen to the whole fucking economy when we no longer have beef, and we no longer have pork, and we no longer have chicken? But they never think about that. Also, cows can be grass-fed. You know, that shit that just grows all over. Cows can be grass-fed. Let me stop you there. Cows can be grass-fed provided you're in a place that has year-round grass in sufficient quantities. But we've decided where the cattle ranches are is the land that people don't want to live in because it gets too fucking cold. And at some point during the year, you have to bring the cows in, the breeding cows have to come in, and then you have to feed them hay. Now, in a lot of those organizations, that have massive amounts of land, they grow their own hay. That's why they have a pasture rotation utilization schedule. But the land that's on a ranch isn't suddenly going to become land for crops, because ranchers raise animals and farmers run farms. Very rarely do you have joint operations now. Now, I'm not saying that you don't have a farmer who has a couple of chickens and a cow for milking and a couple of pigs for slaughter. I'm not saying that. I'm saying on a grand scale, they're usually specialized. There's far less farmable land. For what? There's not less farmable land. What we need to do is we need to stop putting houses on it. Like where I live right now is in the middle of like 2,000 acres of, in general. No, to say there's far less farmable land isn't accurate. There's far less farmable land remaining that we haven't put houses on. You had high cholesterol. I stopped eating meat for a month and it went back to normal levels. I just never went back to it. Lots of vegetarians who do it for health don't care about the rest of this. Right. Lots of people become vegetarians, or they get rid of red meat or whatever they do for health reasons. As I said, if I'm not eating cheeseburgers and I'm not having a steak and I'm not having a cupcake and I'm not having a soda, what the fuck am I living for? Like, no offense to my father, who I love my dad. but my dad's 83. I don't really particularly want to live to 83. My dad gave up all the good shit in life to get to 83. Well, fuck it, man. I'd rather die at 70. But I guess it's because, like John Constantine, I've already ridden that wave, right? I've already had the brush with death. Yeah, exactly. Avocados are an amazing crop, but we have to grow them where they're naturally inclined to grow. Stop growing them in places that doesn't have the water, the natural precipitation to support them. So we're not pumping millions of gallons of water into the ground for the fucking avocados. It's like that fucking idiot, the trade secretary or whoever he was, talking about how, well, America could grow all the bananas it needs. No, the fuck it couldn't. No, the fuck it could not. Do you have any fucking idea how many bananas we eat as a nation? I think it's an energy problem. If we ever have free, very cheap electricity, the food problem will go away. How? No, I mean avocados as well. I mean almonds as well. Absolutely. How do you think energy and food have anything to do with each other? Greenhouse, aquaponics, again, we could do that shit now. We could do that right now. It's not an energy problem. It's a nobody gives a shit problem. Let me give you the example of why nobody gives a shit. Because in America, when I say there should be fruiting trees on all public land, the first response is, well, people would come and steal it. Every square inch of fucking public land in an area where apple trees are native, public land should have apple trees on it. And then if you're hungry and you're walking past, you should have the right to just pick an apple. Desalinization is a terrible fucking idea. We need to stop doing desalinization. For the people that don't understand how the world works, we need to stop taking water out of the ocean, because the ocean maintains its temperature because of a very specific water to salt ratio. When we start fucking with that, we're gonna be in for a really bad fucking day. Like, people keep talking about global warming is a myth. Global warming is a myth. Go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself. It is the back half of September, and it was 94 fucking degrees in Southern Illinois yesterday. Okay? Go fuck yourself. It was never this hot in Illinois. Okay? We need to stop saying shit like global warming isn't an issue. Now, part of the problem is we should have already naturally shifted the school year, the seasons, because I think we can all agree we should be sliding the school year to start in October and end in June. Because now the harvest season, the planting season, the food season, the fucking food season, that season that drives, that dictates existence. But yeah, we have it where we can't grow food. We can't have apple or fruiting trees on public land because somebody might steal the fruit. Well, I don't know, man, but if people are desperate enough to steal all of the fruit off of the public trees, maybe that goes to indicate that people are hungry. Maybe that comes to the part of we need to take care of kids. It kills me that there are trillions of gallons of water locked up in pools. It kills me that there are billions of gallons of water in bottles in landfills, in a plastic bottle that is going to take thousands of years to degrade. You have a week coming up that's potato vacation. It's a week of school. Back in the day, farmers needed hands to help take the harvest of potatoes. Yeah, harvest. We have 2 of those in October. We have 2 harvest weekends, which is when I'm taking my kid down to Universal on one of them. I can't take my kid out of school anymore because she needs to actually learn some stuff from the school district. But yeah, I live in an agriculture town, so we have 2 4-day weekends in October. And then we have 2 4-day weekends in the spring for planting season. And then all the 4-H kids have school on that Monday and Friday as they learn their trade. It's gone from hot and muggy to hurricane and muggy. Hot and muggy, the hurricanes crossed straight over the entire peninsula at muggy. Yeah. After seeing Hurricane Aaron, which there's so much fucking irony in that hurricane name, cross over the peninsula or threaten to cross over the peninsula, I'm debating on whether or not I actually want to go to Florida, if I want to move down to Florida. My kitten is at the vet. He's not having a good time.
Kimmel's late night talk show is...
Let's I want to play this one. It was ERIN.
I am the CEO of my company and don't have a prayer in getting hired by it. I do not have the grammar skills nor the math skills to ever be an employee of VaynerMedia, but I can run it. That level of self-awareness must be talked about. Why did I bring up that story? I have no clue.
This is a problem that we're facing in businesses right now. We're facing a problem where the people at the top of the food chain in a corporation don't understand the work that all the people do, and they can't do it better than the people underneath them. And at one point in time, that used to be okay. And I don't know exactly when we weaponized this idea. What we've done is we've created basically a leadership case that has a je ne sais quoi quality that we can't ever figure out how to become the leadership, how to become the patriarchy, but they control everything. Like, I remember working for people who, I had one boss who was straight with me when he started. He called me into his office and he's like, "Hey, I understand you're currently the fuels flight commander." I said, "I am. I should have 3 more months left on this rotation." He's like, "Looking at your training records, you're completely trained on everything POL related." I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Good. You're moving over to D flight. I'm letting you know that you're going to be dual hatting. You're going to be the D flight commander and you're going to be the installation deployment officer." I said, "Respectfully, sir, I've already done the IDO job for like 2.5 years. Even as the fuels flight commander, I was still doing the IDO job. I think other individuals need an opportunity to excel at that role," which is the polite way to say, "Fuck no, I'm burned out," without saying I'm burned out. He says, "I understand, but we're going into an inspection cycle, and I'm going to let you know you're going to be making all the contingency decisions," which is really weird because that's not how it works. And I said, "Why is that, sir?" He's like, "Because I have 0 contingency experience. I have 0 IDO experience." He's like, "I may be the squadron commander. I've never been in IDO." Cool. Awesome. You have no idea how to do my fucking job, which means you're going to yell at me at a later date and time to tell me how I fucked up, but you have no earthly idea how to do my job. No, the dude was cool as shit. If he had to go to a meeting because somebody was unhappy with me, he brought me to the meeting and he'd just say, "Tell him why you're unhappy with him." I thought that was fucking great. Really great leader. Really shitty leader I had right after that. Had no idea how to do my job, but sure as fuck told me how to do my job every single day. Like you can't step up and do my job, but you're going to tell me how I'm doing it wrong. That's where we're at right now. We're at a precipice where Donald Trump is our president, JD Vance is our vice president, and neither one of them actually are, statesmen. Donald Trump is the least statesman-like president we've ever had. Do I think that Donald Trump was a great president to have for his first term? I absolutely do. And here's why I think Donald Trump was the best president we could have in his first term. Because Donald Trump came on the scene, and this was the type of president Donald Trump could be. Donald Trump could walk in and he could say, "What the fuck did you say? What the fuck did you say about America?" The problem is, Donald Trump is a tenno who's apparently had the command chip say, change of plans, ignore your previous directive, leave nothing alive. I swear to God, Donald Trump wants to take the whole world with him when he dies. I got to jump up real quick to take my first break. The weather change, I've got the problem with my legs. I'm going to grab this comment when I'm back. Sorry about that. How far down the line of succession would we have to go before I found somebody that we're comfortable with? Well, I would be comfortable with Mike Johnson. Let me bring up the... Let me bring up the whole fucking list. So My comfort level is absolutely not. I could live with him. I could live with him. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's the fucking bananas guy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You haven't heard me talk about Vance yet? JD Vance is the guy who said, I don't give a shit when the United States was accused of a war crime. If your response as the vice president, when somebody says, that's a war crime, is to say, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I really can't. I really can't take you seriously. As far as Marco Rubio, the problem with Marco Rubio is he completely gutted the Department of State because it was inconvenient. I think you have to have more than a crackerjack education to understand that sometimes the things that the Department of State does is things that the public records of the Department of State are different than the private background records. Like, we can't, like, if you ever saw the TV show Landman with Billy Bob Thornton, and he's like, I can't accept liability, but what I can do is give you a lease for solar or wind. And he says, I don't want solar. He's like, I don't give a shit about solar. I just can't accept liability. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you with something. To me, Mark Rubio seems like a super competent guy. You just need to point him in the right direction. If I have to point you in the right direction, it means you're incompetent. If I have to do the fucking pointing, you're not competent. We made that man we literally made him the Secretary of State, and he believes he has the right to unilaterally decide if somebody's visa gets revoked. That's not how that works. One of the guidelines of freedom of speech is that all people in America have freedom of speech. It's not immigrants don't have freedom of speech. Now, of all of the amendments, the Second Amendment doesn't apply to, in all cases, to immigrants, because the Second Amendment does, but the subsequent regulation does not. Just like the immigrant truck driver that killed 3 people who shouldn't have been able to get a CDL because the manual for the wheel driver states to get a CDL, you have to have a permanent residency in America. Mark Rubio has no fucking clue how to be Secretary of State. Mark Rubio being Secretary of State is like saying, this is the guy that I want to be your emissary to the rest of the world. At the same time, he's like, if I don't like what you say, we're going to strip you of your visa. The moment you think that civil liberties are optional, you shouldn't be in government. Look, if an immigrant comes here and has derogatory shit to say about America, that's fine. When they have to leave, then I imagine he got the order of fuck over the immigrants and he found a way to get it done. That makes him a lackey, not competent, because the right answer to that was fuck over the immigrants. Excuse me, sir, I'm the Secretary of State. I don't fuck over the immigrants. That's not in my job description. But you know why he got to be Secretary of State? Because he has knee pads on and he slobs the fucking golden Cheeto knob. Yeah, that makes you a sycophant. He's the only semi-capable person Trump could find who also would gargle Trump no matter what. That's the problem. See, integrity is about losing the job before you discredit the office, right? Integrity is about losing the job and being, and to say, I won't do that. I will not do that, because that is not what's good for the nation. It's not what's good for the American people. It's, plain wrong. Let's just go with it's plain wrong. If it's plain wrong, don't fucking do it. Right? I can't, you're not competent. When and where, okay. When and where does the First Amendment start end in the encouragement of terrorism? Is that not what the stripping of visas was about? The First Amendment does not give the government the right to incarcerate you as long as you are not promoting violence. When you say in the encouragement of terrorism, what do you mean? Because we have to be very, very specific. If I call for an overthrow of the government, am I calling for violence, or am I calling to impeach the president? If I just say we need to overthrow the government, I haven't called for violence, because our Constitution provides a mechanism to overthrow the executive branch. The issue is when you say you're going to strip somebody of their visa because they say things that you don't like, it means they're right and you're an authoritarian, you're a dictator, you're dystopian, you're Orwellian. If you wanted to impeach the president, give the order to Rubio, he'll get it done. Yeah, probably. The issue here is I'm glad this person is dead. We should also consider this person a label we considered the now dead person. That's free speech. I'm glad this person is dead is a personal opinion. We should also consider this person a whatever when we consider the now dead person. Well, now you have to be careful because you're creating a hypothetical that is flawed. Somebody called Charlie Kirk a Nazi. Charlie Kirk is not a Nazi. Person got fired for calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi, as they should be. Calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi is because you're weak-minded and you can't. We kill fascists. Hey, there's a fascist. But we don't kill fascists. See, now what you're saying is, now your speech has gone to incitement to violence. First of all, we kill fascists. You're not authorized to kill anybody. And because you say we kill fascists, you should be picked up and interviewed to find out which fascists you've killed. Because if you make a statement, we kill fascists, you've just admitted to a crime. Which fascists have you killed? Hey, there's a fascist. That's a call to violence. That phrasing right there is enough to get you arrested, as it should. We kill fascists. That's a statement. That's an admission of guilt. Which fascists? Who? There's a fascist. Well, since we kill fascists, there's a fascist. Off to fucking incarceration you should go while they conduct a thorough investigation. See, because what people forget is you have freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequence. You admit to a crime, they're going to investigate the crime. If you say to me, what would I like to see done to certain people convicted of certain crimes? I think that if you're accused of certain crimes, certain types of crimes, you should be castrated. I am not against the idea of chemical castration or physical castration for convicted sexual offenders. If you follow it within video games, then no law enforcement agent is going to look at you sideways. Correct. You got to put qualifiers on it. I've personally been looking into this issue, and I found multiple issues of calling for his wife, kids to also be killed. That Ben Shapiro should be next. All of those are calls to violence. All of those people should be arrested. All of those people should be arrested, and they should be given a sentence of incitement to violence and put on probation. And we should make it public that those people have been, because what you do is you make it publicly known that this is not legally acceptable behavior. Notice I didn't say socially acceptable. His wife has done nothing. His kids have done his kids aren't even old enough to have formulated political thought that Ben Shapiro should be next. Look, if you think that Ben Shapiro should be killed because of his views, it means you're weak. It means right? It is the textbook alignment of this video. If you think anybody should be killed for their thoughts,
Kill it! I have already killed you right here.
the people that call for physical violence against anybody have already been defeated. They've been defeated on 1 square foot of real estate. What's the language specifically on threats? Because I know you can get away with violent threats if they're not credible. No, you can't. I don't know who taught you that. You're absolutely wrong. That is not the threshold. That is not the threshold. A credible threat has nothing to do with it. The threshold is, do I feel as if my life is in danger? The person who made death threats against me and my daughter cried and whined and tried to apologize and wanted to take it all back and wanted to pay a fine and wanted to do community service. I said, fuck it, no. Because when you want to threaten me, I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. You want to threaten me? Fuck, no problem. You threaten my kid who can't defend herself? Fuck you. What is the maximum penalty for this offense? And I pulled the fucking law-abiding citizen. Look, prosecutor, we're not making a fucking deal here. You're doing your job. You're going after the motherfucker for the maximum offense. There's no plea bargain here. Dead to rights. Dead to fucking rights. We have evidence. We have enough evidence to fucking stack this fucking shit up. There's no getting out of this. Well, we could lose. Then you fucking lose. Well, what I'm asking you to do is go after this person dead to fucking rights. Eventually what happened is they did take a plea, but the plea was a hell of a lot further up the fucking charge chain and involved jail time. If you make a threat that the person believes they need to be fearful. I've seen physical threats on Facebook. I'm happy that you have anecdotal evidence. Was there a police report filed? Did you look up the police report? How did it all start? Somebody made a death threat against me and my daughter. Somebody using a telecommunication device sent a picture of my house and my daughter's school to me, and I turned it over to the authorities, and the authorities found the person in about 15 minutes and arrested him. The person fucked up because they weren't in my state, so it involved the federal authorities. They made it a federal crime. If you threaten somebody on Discord, or you threaten somebody on Facebook, or you threaten somebody on Twitter, and that person is willing to fucking go after you, you've used a telecommunication device to threaten somebody across state lines. The FBI loves those cases because it takes them all of 15 minutes to find you. People believe, oh, I have a VPN. Your VPN doesn't do shit. You think that your VPN company is going to fucking protect you when the FBI comes knocking? Yes. People get away with it because remember, okay, to charge somebody with assault, you have to have a victim who felt intimidated, who believed the threat, who is willing to cooperate. I also want to remind you, Facebook has an obligation to police their platform. If Facebook is doing their job and they're sending all these things over to the local, whichever authority they're supposed to send them to, as long as they're doing that, if there's no complaining witness, there's not a lot that people can do. You say that you've seen threats happen and nothing come of it. I've seen a fuck ton of people go to jail or get probation for it. I used to have to be up at the courthouse all the time for my clients for domestic violence, intimate partner prevention training. People say stupid shit all the time. Sometimes they get charged with it. Sometimes they don't. It's not, and where people are really, really. Oh, hold on. I got a package. All right. So what people have to remember is a student puts up a vigil for Charlie Kirk on the college campus. That's an issue between the college and the student. So you have a college, and student A puts up candles and flowers for Charlie Kirk. Now, student B comes over and destroys that. These are two separate issues, but there's also a issue that goes this way. The college student B doesn't know if student A has permission from the college to put that vigil up. And even if that student doesn't have permission to put that vigil up, that property remains the property of student A. So when student B goes and destroys it, number one, the college can action student B to say, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, it could be vandalism. It could be destruction of private property. It could be both. If that student said to the university, hey, can I put some candles and some flowers up for Charlie Kirk, a picture of him and whatever, I'll put it up on Friday afternoon and I'll take it down first thing Monday morning. If the university says yes, now it's vandalism because you've destroyed the college and the college had given permission, and it's destruction of private property. Student A put it there. Even if the university said no, you can't, and you did it anywhere, or never gave permission, doesn't change the ownership of the property. That girl she got expelled. She got kicked out of the university, and she's like, I'm going to sue. Go ahead and sue. Go the fuck ahead. What we're seeing now, as far as I know, if I run at someone screaming with a knife, that is probably assault, even if it was aiming at something inert. Well, right. If you run at me with a knife, that's not even assault anymore. That's assault and attempted battery with a deadly weapon. Just holding a knife and not making any movements towards you is assault. And one of the thresholds is going to be the cops are going to say, well, were you afraid? Were you fearful for your life? Oh, you were? Well, now we have a fucking crime on our hands. Now we have a crime on our hands. And then a thrust becomes attempted murder. No. No. What we have is, that's going to... A thrust doesn't necessarily become attempted murder in all jurisdictions. Remember, once we hit murder, we have 50 different rules for it. I would like to see federal guidelines for murder. Generally, if you attempt to stab somebody, that's not going to be attempted murder. You'd have to stab them. Because remember, anything with the word murder in it then becomes means, motive, and opportunity. Well, obviously, I had the opportunity because I stabbed you. Obviously, I had the means because I stabbed you. But to get murder out of it, they got to prove motive. Did I leave a manifesto that said I'm going to stab the first person I see? Did I leave a manifesto that says I'm going to kill all the people of this race, persuasion, ethnicity, and you happen to fall into that? Murder is where we start to get a much higher threshold for the charge. FBI and Secret Service are looking into the Steam activity of Tyler Robinson. The account is 11 years old, with nearly 5,000 hours of gameplay logged in that time. 2,148 hours was spent in co-op pirate simulator Sea of Thieves. All right. This is what is so wrong with the mainstream media. Sea of Thieves has absolutely nothing to do with radicalizing individuals. We should not... How can I say this? One thing I like about the military, one thing I really, really like about military investigations, nobody knows shit about anything until the report is done. Nobody knows shit. Once you turn that shit over to OSI, nobody knows. OSI doesn't give update reports, status reports to anybody. They go, they do their investigation, they bring back their investigation, they write up their investigation, it goes to their boss. Their boss signs off on it, then the boss simultaneously sends it over to command, the prosecutor, and the ADC. Everybody gets it. We don't need to talk about the kid's fucking to talk about what he was playing on his video game unless his video game was something of the lines that is radicalizing people. Like Spec Ops The Line and all your time played was as a terrorist. Game companies can't log in-game voice chat. It's against the law. Recording of people's voices is such a protected right that you can't even get that permission through implied consent. It must be explicit consent. And it cannot be, in many states, it cannot be part of an overall... No, you can't. You cannot take the words of my voice and make any sort of recording of it. The only way to do a text transcript is you would have to run it through something else. You can't do it. Even if you do it. Why does Overwatch 2 have people banned for racist remarks? I have no idea. Maybe they have somebody sitting and listening to the voice chat. Maybe they have something in their terms of service that there's a buffer that's not a recording. It's going to be flushed in X amount of time. I have no idea. All I know is that in many states, you cannot blanketly give permission to have your voice recorded. Which includes you can't take my voice and do a transcript of it. Because you have to prove that you're transcribing every single person in real time. Now, if you can prove you're transcribing... I heard it was when you report the last few seconds are snipped. It could be. It could be that Blizzard breaks the rules and they're hoping that if they ever get sued, they can use the little harm for greater good defense. But that's another one where we have 50 states and we have 50 rules for recording people in public. 2-party consent, 1-party consent. I don't need your consent. Doesn't matter what party state we're in. I never need a police officer's, firefighters, or public paramedics' permission to record them in an execution of their lawful duties. Sometimes the cops try to say we're in a 2-party consent state. Yeah, but you're a public servant, so I consent for you. They don't like it. You can always tell a good cop from a shitty cop. Perhaps it's different depending on it is different depending on which country you're in. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, it's different in America between 2 states. In some states, 2-party consent state means the subject of the recording has to give permission. In my state, if I'm currently standing in the park, and I have my camera set up and I'm recording this way, and you walk into it, all I have to say is, excuse me, just so you know I'm recording. And because that'll be heard on the camera, hey, excuse me, just so you know I'm recording, and you've walked into it, by you not immediately leaving, you've given consent, because it's one of the exceptions. In other states, as soon as this person walks in, you have to cut the audio, because you don't have their written explicit permission to record them. There was a case that made my stomach curl about a guy who had a camera set up and he was recording all the girls in college that he fucked. And it was finally found out that he was doing it. And when he got taken to court, he simply said, well, according to the law, I can record anything. I only need their permission if I record the audio, and there is no audio on any of these tapes. In fact, the camera I use doesn't even have the capacity to record audio. How fucked up is that? Let's see. My one void is screaming his head off because his son isn't here. His son's at the vet. What else do we got? What was hers?
Why is it when kids are bad at school, they automatically get OSS? Leave them at school. You're rewarding them by letting them stay home and not have to stay in school.
Why is it when kids are bad at school, you give them out of school suspension? Because by the time the kids have gotten to a point where they have out of school suspension, we've done progressive discipline, or what the fuck your kid did was so egregious that it's your job as the parent to deal with. This person's statement is basically the statement of, please don't make me parent my kid, you parent my kid. My mom told me every day you're out, I'm beating you. I was never suspended. Yeah, because you're disrupting the other kids at that point. We're not punishing all the kids because you're a shit parent. Because the school district doesn't have authority to do to your kid what needs to be done. I no longer believe in that theory after doing a lot of research. I used to believe in if your kids get completely out of line, spank your kid. I'm not gonna bullshit. I've spanked my kids. And then I've realized how much psychological damage it does to spank your kids. Spanking your kids is absolutely useless. There is zero empirical evidence that spanking your kid ever accomplishes anything that you want. Because if a bully is beating the ever-loving shit out of another kid, then we don't want the kid here. Right, exactly. What we want is the parent to take care of the problem. So. Oh yeah, there's things that you can do that the teacher can't do. Absolutely. And you know what? In some ways, the teachers, the parents are part of the problem. In many, many ways, the parents are part of the problem. You need to parent your kid. Some schools brought back corporal punishment with parent consent. Yeah, I would never give my kids parental consent. No, in the US, yes. But it's very, very rare. The school districts, the school districts don't even want that level of authority because it opens up too much. It opens up too much liability for them. Why is school being treated like a punishment? There is what we need to talk about. Why is it that school, why is school suck so much that people see it as a punishment? What? I think that we need to get back to the era where the parents do the parenting and the school does the educating. Like my kid came home yesterday and had some forms I needed to fill out, and then she was reading. And I was like, what are you reading? Oh, my school reader. Why are you reading your school reader at home? Oh, because I have to have it finished by X day. Oh, you have to have it finished by tomorrow? So how many pages you got? Like 90? Oh, okay. Yeah, obviously my kid fucked off during school this week and didn't get her book read. She has it read for today. It was only 90 pages. She got it finished. It's good to go. Let's
Why is it when kids are bad at school they automatically get
over
OSS?
into this one. Where's the psychology one? Here's the psychology one.
If I told you I was going to kill 4 people and 1 monkey, you wouldn't ask why the people, you'd only ask why the monkey, because morals, emotions, or logic don't matter if something breaks the pattern. This is day 29 of practical psychology. It's called the von Restorff effect. Your brain processes information in layers, value, meaning, morality, but above almost everything sits contrast. When something breaks the pattern, it takes all the attention away from anything else. That's why in a room of 20 people introducing themselves, you won't remember the 20 who say, "Hi, I work in sales." You'll remember the one who says, "I'll be running this company in 10 years. The brain deletes sameness and highlights difference. And this effect is stronger than almost any other trick. Stronger than appeals to morality, stronger than emotions, and stronger than logic. So if you want to be unforgettable, here's the principle. Always create the monkey in the room. First, study the pattern. What's normal? What people expect? What blends in? Then break it. That's the lever for attention, for influence, and for money. Safe behavior gets ignored. Scandals skyrocket because they rip someone out of the pattern and burn them into memory. And if you've really fucked up with something, you can still use this. Throw out a bigger pattern break. Create the monkey that pulls every eye so people fixate on that and forget the rest. Don't waste time trying to be perfect or moral. If you want to stay in people's heads, you have to be the thing that breaks the pattern. And if you want more psychological cheat codes,
if you want to be the thing that stays in people's head, you got to be the thing that breaks the pattern. Absolutely. That has replaced the idea that has been the thing that replaced all publicity is good publicity. What hate crime thing? I didn't see a hate crime comment from you. Yeah, repost it. Doesn't the political leaning and a religious component to these situations elevate this to a hate crime? No. In fact, we need to stop with all this hate crime bullshit, because crime is crime. We need to stop trying to give bigger punishments to people because of a hate crime. Because for a white guy to be the victim of a hate crime, you have to be Jewish. And I'm not really exaggerating that. In what other situation can a white guy be the victim of a hate crime? Or gay? We can't have... If a black man assaults me, that's assault. If I assault a black man, that's assault. if I assault a black man because I don't like his race, creed, color, whatever, that's if the punishments. No, can't be Muslim if you're a white guy and get a hate crime. Doesn't work that way. Can't be Hispanic because you're not white if you're Hispanic. Hispanics aren't Hispanics. If they identify as white, they can't then claim Hispanic. They have to claim Latino. But then they're not white. It's why in the box. Well, why do we have to have hate crime on it? Why do we have to create separate charges? In Denmark, I know it's a hate crime if you attack someone because they have autism spectrum disorder, except how would you know? Like, how could you prove that the perpetrator even knew that? And that's where we have a huge problem. And I want to live in a world where we make the punishment for the core crime a big enough disincentive. With his views and beliefs being the point of the conversation, it's clear the perpetrator knew them. In fact, that's why he died. Which views? Because he talked about Christianity, his view on abortion, his view on women. I mean, for a person that talks all the time, how is it a hate crime? For being a Republican? If we're going to turn around and then say, because ultimately, for every argument you try to make, I'll just say, yeah, he was a member of the Republican Party. Remember, the majority of his views fall in line with the Republican Party. So are we really going to make it a hate crime every time a Democrat hurts a Republican or a Republican hurts a Democrat? Then fuck it. We've completely lost control of this country. Doesn't the bullet serve as his manifesto? Even the questions he's answered was trans-related? Who cares? So you're going to say it's a hate crime because the guy that has a trans boyfriend, I'm sorry, a trans significant other, killed a guy giving an answer about trans rights, trans-related. Let's just stop. The entire idea of hate crimes is stupid. Yeah, it's not a hate crime. Yeah, it's not like the guy could hear. Well, he probably could have because Charlie Kirk speaks. Well, no, because he was 200 yards away. So, he probably couldn't hear it clearly. But we're just in a shitty spot right now because everybody wants everything elevated as a hate crime. How is it a hate crime? It was 200 yards. They adding charges for doing the crime in front of children. Well, that they should. That they should. Certain charges should have additional penalties. Domestic violence charges should absolutely carry an additional penalty if you committed the crime in front of children because it's the continuation of the cycle of violence. So if you're a dad who slaps the mom, that's domestic battery. If the kids were in witnesses, then yes, you should get a higher charge for that because it's psychologically damaging to the children. I don't disagree. Yeah, the thing is that by charging them by giving him 9 times, 9 crimes, it means that you'll almost certainly get a guilty verdict.
If I told you I was going to
Let me play this other one while I see what the great crisis with the cat is.
According to psychology, one of the hardest parts of having ADHD is this. When you really care about someone, your brain doesn't just notice them, it fixates. Their tone, their timing, the way they text back. Every little shift starts to matter more than it should. Because ADHD doesn't just affect attention, it affects emotional regulation. You feel things stronger, faster, deeper, especially fear of being ignored, misunderstood, or left behind. So you start replaying conversations, scanning for clues. You want connection more than anything. But the fear of losing it makes your brain spin in circles. Not because you're needy, not because you're dramatic, but because your nervous system is wired to protect you, even from love that isn't leaving.
So I played that video because it's the core of the pseudo relationship. We'll never know why this guy did what he did. I mean, we can filter through like a lot of his writings, a lot of his behaviors. But I think we need to focus on what's going on with the fallout. For all you know, this guy felt betrayed by Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk said something. And oh my God, hold this cat. Dude, what? Sorry. Mischief is freaking out because his son's not here. And his son is at the vet. And he goes to the vet in a couple of hours. And he's flipping out because he can't find his boy. The guy seems like a textbook Reddit leftist to me. All the text conversations between him and his friends, as well as the bullet inscription memes I see on Reddit every day. We got to stop calling people left and right. We all need to be responsible, and we need to stop fucking doing that. Because everybody becomes the left or the right when they don't agree with you. I don't think there's anything specific about the guy that I know about that creates him to be a textbook leftist. This right here is only a part of the political platform. So, on this chart alone, it doesn't matter about the texts. Even if the fucking texts paint him as left on one issue or two issues, you can't say somebody is on the left or on the right unless you know all of their political leanings. You have to know all of their leanings. Like, you can't say just because of his views on trans rights that makes him a leftist. Because are you saying that I'm a leftist because I support LGBTQ rights in regards to what the common sense position is that stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are one of the age of consent and two consenting? I don't give a shit about people's fucking sex life. I don't give a shit about who people want to love. Now, if we start talking about the numbers, then we're going to see some things. But I don't give a shit about if the guy's on the left or the right. What is an LGBT right if we all have equal rights? That's the question. And then the question becomes, I'm so tired of hearing the LGBTQ rights. What I want to hear, and that's why when they come here and they try to pick a fight with me, they always leave. What rights don't you have? Because I swear to God, I will go protest. I will make content. I will support you. Tell me what rights you don't have. And then the only one I ever get is, I don't have the right to go by the pronouns that I want to be used by. Right, but you don't have that right. Because, again, your rights end where my rights begin. You feel your identity is being assaulted because I'm exercising my free speech. If you look like a dude, I'm gonna call you sir. If you look like a dude and you look older than me, I'm gonna call you sir. If you look like a dude and you're younger than me, I'm gonna call you young man. Young man is not an insult. I'm a man, you're younger than me. Excuse me, young man. If you're a woman, it's ma'am. It doesn't matter if you're 25 or 45, you're ma'am. If I can gauge that you're under the age of 25 and you don't have a wedding band on, you're miss. Excuse me, miss. The way you support trans rights, I've seen on the right and the left. There's a certain way that lifetime Democratic voters support trans right in a way that I've never seen lifetime Republicans. Now, I want you to dissect what you just said. Why is it you went, I've seen on the right and seen on the left, and then you went to Democrat voters and Republican voters? You know how many voters? 1,000? Maybe? There's 330 million Americans, 177-ish million of them are voters. You've seen how they vote? You know that person X feels this way and votes that way? I don't think so. That's why it's called the left and the right. It's called the left and the right because we group people, which we shouldn't do. We shouldn't group them. Why is it we can't say to people in the realm of trans rights, how do you feel? For example, I am a supporter of LGBTQ rights, but I don't think that anybody in school who's a teacher, an administrator, a nurse, anything, has the right to teach kids about trans rights, gay rights, lesbian rights, because none of the teachers should be teaching what gay is, what lesbian is, what trans is, right? The only time that should ever come up is situationally, and the teacher should simply state matter-of-fact thing. Well, why does Johnny have two dads? Because Johnny has two dads. Next question. It's not the third grade teacher's curriculum to teach the students about why Johnny has two dads or why Johnny has two moms. That's not where that happens. If it becomes a problem in the classroom, because children can often dictate the direction they want their curriculum to go, then the teacher goes to the department head or the principal and says, Johnny has two dads, and so I think it would be good if we sent a letter home to the parents that say one of the students in class has two fathers. We are not going to be teaching this in school because this does not align with the third grade curriculum. If you want to address this with your child, this is some valuable teaching information. If you don't want to address it, please be assured it won't become a distractor in the classroom. When I was a kid, the teacher suggested asking their parents. Yes. It should be human rights, maybe American rights if you want to be, yes, specific. Why are there kinds of rights? Too often people have conflating rights with privileges. Why does Johnny have two dads? I don't know, Lucy. Why do you have a mom and a dad and a stepmom? Different readings, but why is either one a problem? Right. Not sure how American school work, but over here we know the parents and the parents know each other. The parents don't all know each other. If someone called you a bigot for saying all that just now and you had to bet 50,000 to guess how they voted, which side would you put your money on? I wouldn't. Because you are giving far too much credit to people for actually knowing their political party's platform. I've been called a bigot by both sides. I've been called a racist by both sides. I've been called a sexist by both sides. I've been called a hypocrite by both sides. I've been called a race traitor by both sides. See, you need to expand your circle. You need to expand your circle because you're still in the early stages of political thought, which is fine because I'm proud of anybody who's in the early stages of political thought. But you're in the early stages of political thought. There's actually an interesting paper that I'm still dissecting. It's a really good paper. It says if I know 5 of the ways that you vote, I can predict with 80% or more accuracy your opinion on all the other issues. It scares the shit out of me because for me, yeah, you've seen me be called this by both. I think we need to stop grouping people into groups. I think we need to look at people as individuals. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger of political thought. Isn't the generalizing a result of the two-party system where one sees the other? Yes. The generalization of the two-party system is that if you don't agree with me, you must be of the other party. Where, honestly, I could simply be left-leaning or right-leaning on an issue, but I still identify with the party because I don't have a choice. Remember, when we talk about this...
Psychology,
not
one of the
this.
hardest...
When we talk about this, if you're here... No, wrong color. If you're here, 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 and here, but you're here, here, and here, you very well could vote Democrat because this is your number one and this is your number two concern. So you vote Democrat on your 1 and 2 concern, or maybe you're a single issue voter because this is your identity. So you believe you're opposed to abortion. And some people would say, well, how could you be transgender and be opposed to abortion? Because they both involve bodily choice. You're absolutely fucking right, but you'll have people like this. People get upset with me when I say there's progressives in both parties and conservatives in both parties. Both parties have like 12 parties in them, but when you vote, you choose which one fits you best. I think you're not American. You're English, right? That if you're English, if I'm remembering correctly and you're English, then I agree with you. Then I agree with you because you guys use progressive and conservative. In America, we would say liberal. And as I've said, I'm a staunch conservative on most things, but I use the Carlos Mencia. Wait, then why are you using progressive? Help me out here. Why are you saying progressive and conservative? Because while you're right, we do have progressives in both parties. We have conservatives in both parties. We have liberals in both parties. We have radicals in both parties, and we have moderates in both parties. But why did you elect to say progressives and conservatives instead of liberals and conservatives? Because there's got to be a reason you chose progressives. Some people in the 90s used to be liberal conservative or conservative liberal. People today are still conservative liberal or liberal conservative. Again, just because I'm conservative normally doesn't mean I'm not liberal on some things. Like if you, like for example, there's also fiscal versus social liberal conservative position. Yes, exactly. For example, I'm very conservative. I'm a very staunch conservative about many things. But if you ask me to go protest a titty bar, a strip club, a porn shop, I'm not going to go. Because although I'm conservative on most things, if you tell me, if like you want me to come protest, I'm going to say, okay, what are we protesting? Well, here's the church. Okay. And 7 miles away is a titty bar. Well, I'm not going to go protest that. If there's nothing else inside of a 3-mile radius of that titty bar, I'm not going to go protest that. But you're a conservative. I am a conservative. And that titty bar doesn't offend me. Right? But now if you tell me that a titty bar is trying to get a permit to open up across the street from a Catholic school, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. Because I'm not against titty bars. I'm against titty bars across the street from a Catholic school or a Catholic church. If the church is already there, the titty bar can go 7 miles away or 5 miles away or whatever. If the titty bar is already there and a school wants to go, people get mad at me, but I'm going to go protest the church or the Catholic school getting a permit because I'm going to say it's not right that an established business is already here and you're choosing to open a religious institution next to it. For example, people are like, well, would you protest a Muslim community center? No, I would go to a Muslim community center. Why? Why would you ever go to a Muslim community center? Because in my Abrahamic religion understanding, my understanding of Islam is my weakest. I don't have a place I can go around here to have a conversation with followers of Islam. Now, I would say to the followers of Islam, I would say, I'm not coming for conversion, I'm coming for conversation. I respect your religion and I'd like to know more about it. But first of all, there is no way I can convert to Islam. Zero. And there's probably zero that I can convert to Islam. I'm not suddenly going to convert to Islam at 46 years old. That doesn't mean I think they're wrong in their beliefs. And I've had many a wonderful conversation with Muslim leaders, in Muslim community leaders. I've had many a wonderful conversation with them. I don't know enough about their religion. I'm not going to convert to it. But that doesn't mean I would oppose a Muslim community center. Well, they're all fucking terrorists. Really? So that means I'm supposed to hate all white guys in America too because they're all mass shooters. We're protesting for better wages of the non-topless waitresses at the titty bar. Right, exactly. The guys I work with aren't terrorists. Right, exactly. A progressive sees their aim as infinite velocity. A conservative sees their aim as a bell curve. No. A conservative doesn't have velocity. A conservative doesn't have forward motion. A conservative is in reverse. If a conservative is moving, they want to move back. They want to undo what we've done. A progressive wants to go forward. A conservative wants to conserve what we have or regress. See, that's why I wanted to know. I don't pair progressive with conservative. I pair liberal with conservative. Liberals want to change. Conservatives want to. Then I saw the previous statement. The problem is you say, for me, it's all about movement. As you know, on my show, I say this often. I don't particularly give a fuck how you define terms. I give a fuck about how the science defines the terms. So you're comparing progressives with conservatives. You're comparing Taco Bell to Burger King. Compare Taco Bell to Qdoba and compare McDonald's to Burger King. Conservatives and liberals pair off. Progressives and regressives pair off. That's why you have moderates. I want a little bit of change. I want a little bit of change. I want a little bit of left change and I want a little reverse change. I want a little bit of right change and I want a little reverse change. Look at what we have now. It's not a conservative statement or a progressive statement to say we don't want trans athletes in women's sports. Or is it both? Are we saying we're going to progress and we're going to whip a 180? Or are we going to say that we're going to regress and put it in reverse? It becomes all about connotation of words. Regress has a negative connotation to it. It means going backwards. Well, going backwards isn't always bad. I think we need to keep the words paired off against each other. Liberal, I want change. And I love the Carlos Mencia joke. I love the Carlos Mencia joke about liberals and conservatives. Jay, are you a liberal or conservative? Well, what's the topic? Well, why does it matter? So is moving trans people out of sports what you call a regressive view? Yes, it is a regressive view. And people don't like when I say it's a regressive view because of the negative connotation that comes with it. But moving biological males, chemically biological males out of women's sports is regressing, going backwards to where we had good law. Once we back up the vehicle to where we have good law, we can change the law from there, either in a conservative fashion or a liberal fashion. So I think the best way to view it is this is progressive, this is regressive. Which way is that for you guys? How would you be seeing that? That's to your left. This is liberal. This is conservative. Progressive and regressive is forward or reverse. Liberal or conservative is steering. Are we going to the left or going to the right? When you get a moderate might want to do two things at the same time, right? A moderate might say, let's go forward a little bit and right a little bit. A moderate wants to make the new normal. A moderate wants to say, a moderate isn't about sweeping change. A moderate is about how do we make the new normal? So if this is our starting point, how do we make this the new starting point? Radicals want to go all the way over here, or all the way over here, or all the way over here. And the problem is everybody thinks they're right. The only thing I know is that whatever we have going on right now doesn't work. Yeah, the moderates don't use their fucking turn signals and they fuck everything up. Moderates are the ones that won't make the right turn on red. Wouldn't aggressive be to combine them? Splitting them was the progressive option, I believe. Wouldn't a regression be to just combine them? No, because they, remember, I want to go back to how it was. I want to regress to how it was. How it was we had male sports and we had female sports. We had penis sports and we had vagina sports. There are way too many people that will not follow these definitions of the words for this to matter in a realistic situation. Let me help you out with that statement. All those people, they don't fucking count. Because all those people are opinions. They're not using the actual terms. It's like all the people, when you get a bunch of people in your cultural anthropology class that literally start arguing with you about the definition of the word, and you're teaching cultural anthropology, and you're like, hey, do me a favor. Stop talking. Open up the glossary to the word you just used. Open it up. Go to the back. There's a glossary in your book. Go to the back. Find the word. Read that definition for me. You got it? That's the only definition that fucking matters. Well, I don't give a fuck what you think. If you want to pass this class, the only definition we use in this class is the one in this book. This is not anthropological analysis. This is Cultural Anthropology 101, Introduction to Cultural Anthropology. You don't know shit about shit in this class. You don't know the words. So if you want to move on to where you can have an opinion class, fucking use the words the way they're supposed to. This is the one thing that Carthos, myself, other good teachers, it doesn't matter. Then at the beginning, people didn't play sports, so wouldn't regression be women don't have sports now? No. Why are you a radical? Why are you slamming the car in reverse? We want to regress to Title IX. And how tight, we only want to go back to Title IX. We're not trying to go back 100 years here. We're trying to go back about 5. We want to go back to the Title IX definitions and the Title IX separations. That's it. We're not trying to go back to before the 19th Amendment, buddy. We're not flooring this like fucking Ready Player One where we got to go backwards really, really fast. We just got to back up a little bit. We missed our turn. We got to back up a little bit and make that 3-point turn. Yes, you're attempting to push regression to the extreme. Yes. And then if you want to push regression all the way to the extreme, then yes, you are correct. And some people would want to regress to, and I've heard this and it scares the shit out of me. So to go to the extreme, some people want to regress to where only property owners could vote. So some people want to say, if you don't own property, you don't have a right to vote. So. Where do you see a split between a conservative and a regressive? I don't, because there is no split between a conservative and a regressive. A conservative and a regressive, a conservative and aggressive are not, they're not paired. You have conservatives, and you have liberals, and you have radicals, and you have moderates, and you have Democrats, and you have Republicans, and you have progressives, and you have regressives. These are kind of paired off. Are we going forward or going backwards? Are we going this way or this way? Well, if we're going forward and backwards, we're talking about this. If we're talking about left or right, we're talking about that. Because then all of a sudden we're adding in, then we start adding in, well, what the hell do you stand for? Like, and in some ways, and I'm not shitting on Charlie Kirk, I think Charlie Kirk sometimes said things that were misconstrued. Like, the big thing I see that Charlie Kirk is being misconstrued about right now is that he said black women don't have the intelligence to blah, blah, blah. I don't think Charlie Kirk ever uttered the words, black women don't have the right or don't have the intelligence to. What he did was he mentioned, I believe, off the top of my head, 4 specific black women. Now, bad idea. If you want, this is called being, yeah, he listed a couple of black women. Bad idea. Because you could throw in Hillary Clinton, you could throw Hillary Clinton into pretty much any list of black women if you want to make the list not racist. Like, for example, you listed like 3 or 4 women, and then you could just easily throw on Hillary Clinton and Joy Behar. And now all of a sudden you don't have a racist list. But unfortunately, you can't prevent every single instance of your speech from being twisted into something that could possibly be racist. Like, that starts to turn into the whole pancakes, waffles, French toast thing. Like, look, man, I'm talking about French toast right now, and you're bringing up shit about waffles. Like, look, man, why are we talking about waffles? Russian jets just entered the security zone around a Polish oil platform. Well, either Poland will scramble interceptors and blow the fuck out of Russia, or we'll just have a continued escalation. If it was me, there wouldn't be any... Another article, yeah, so another Article 4 has been called. Jerk off Russia, then. My understanding is if I hear, hey, X amount of black pilots got pushed into the air for being black, then I hope my pilot isn't black. This right here is where incomplete speech is damaging. Look, they didn't get pushed into the air because they're black. What happened is you have white, black, Hispanic, white, black, white, Asian, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, white. And you have this list, right? You have this list. Well, what you say is, at this point of our list, we want to hire 5 more pilots. But we don't want to hire any more white pilots. White, black, white, Asian, white, black. So the DEI thing, people got to realize DEI doesn't make unqualified people suddenly get qualification. Stop. And that's where Charlie Kirk was a fucking idiot. That's where Charlie Kirk was a fucking idiot about it. DEI is in this piece. So they say, okay, here's our pilot class, and we're grabbing this guy, and this guy, and we're putting these people in our pilot class. Now that they're all students, there's a big line here called go, no go. That's it. They don't get put in the air because they're black, period. They don't get their pilot's license if they're crashing the simulator half the time, period. If they don't pass their required simulator checks, they're out of pilot school. If they don't pass, because I want people to realize this, and I don't think they do. You don't go to pilot school and learn how to fly a jumbo jet. You go to pilot school to learn how to be a pilot, and then you get airframe training on how to fly a jumbo jet. Like, there's a big fucking piece that people don't understand. You don't learn to fly a fucking 747. You learn to fly a fucking Cessna. And then once you have all those skills, then you go up. There's no fucking pilots getting their pilot's license if on their simulator check ride, they didn't get a score above what they need to get. And on a simulator check ride, there are auto fails, just like your driver's test. If you do any of the things on this side of the form, we can go ahead and stop the simulation. You failed. Just like when you're on your driving test, you forget to put your seatbelt on, you pull out of the parking spot, the instructor just says, that's an auto fail. Just pull straight back forward. Come back in 2 weeks. Come back in 30 days. If the analogy is moot, then it's so is a claim. Correct. Where Charlie Kirk also said some stupid shit was, I wouldn't study to be a paralegal because AI is going to replace paralegals. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. It's going to replace one part of what a paralegal does. It's not going to replace what paralegals do. Paralegals, there are some paralegals who make six figures. They're really, really good at what they do. They just don't want to go to law school. They don't think they can pass the bar. They can't afford to go to law school. Or they're in law school. There's paralegals that are very fucking good at what they do. You're not going to replace paralegals with AI. Now, doctors, I heard people say in 5 years we're going to replace doctors with AI. No, we're not. Because there is a phrase in medicine called, if you hear hooves, don't expect a zebra. What's going to happen is that AI is really good at these incidents that you give it, where it's like, well, we took this really complex case. And we gave it to 70 doctors and we asked the AI, and the AI got it right. And of the 70 doctors, 85% of them didn't get to it. But what they don't tell you is that every single thing that the doctor said, none of them are wrong. It was just the doctor didn't get to the right answer. Like, for example, I've been in medical care for 5 years with something. The logical order was this, then this, then this, then this, then this. And then when my symptoms changed, to have an echocardiogram stress test on my heart, then a breathing test. Well, I passed my breathing test, so they canceled my pulmonologist test. But then the other answer didn't show up. So now I see the pulmonologist in like February. I had a nerve conduction test. There's a logical order. Now, yes, I've asked ChatGPT, I've given it my results, and it got me to the next thing you should do is see a pulmonologist. Well, that's only because it has the fucking results of all the other tests. If you walk through and be like, I'm having these symptoms, well, you should go see your doctor. Well, I've gone to see my doctor, and my doctor recommended this. Well, that's a good next course of action. Your doctor should have probably suggested either this or this as well, or told you this is the order. Well, that's what my doctor did. Oh, well, then you have a good doctor. Like, we gotta stop fucking trying to make shit what it's not. We gotta stop trying to make shit what it's not. Let's see. This one.
Jimmy Kimmel is off the air because of the ridiculous things he said about the death of Charlie Kirk. Chuck Schumer has responded to this. I'm going to show you two pieces of video. One from today, one from 2023. The one from today, he's talking about his love of free speech, and this is a horrible thing to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Afterwards, you've got to see what he said about Tucker Carlson.
Senator Schumer, your reaction to this?
It is outrageous. It's a page right out of Xi's playbook. This is just despicable, disgusting, and against democratic values. Trump and his allies seem to want to shut down speech that they don't like to hear. That is not what democracies do. That is what autocracies do. And it doesn't matter whether you agree with Kimmel or not. He has the right to free speech. And so it is just outrageous. It is indicative of autocracy. And I am just outraged by it.
He's outraged by it. He can't believe it. Jimmy Kimmel deserves to say anything he wants and to keep a network job. Oh, this is Chuck Schumer in 2023.
These lies continue tonight. Rupert Murdoch, who has admitted they were lies and said he regretted it, has a special obligation to stop Tucker Carlson from going on tonight now that he's seen how he has perverted and slimed the truth.
But
and from letting him go on again and again and again. Not because their views deserve such opprobrium, but because our democracy depends on it.
Let's check the scorecard. Jimmy Kimmel has to be on the air to protect democracy. Tucker Carlson has to be off the air to protect democracy. Those two can't coincide. They can't live together in the same so-called democracy. Bottom line is we have the absolute right given by God to say what we want. We don't have the right to have a network television show. Schumer knows he's all wet. He just thinks you're stupid. Make sure you spread this around everywhere. Come on.
So, did you notice I saved that one till later in the show? Everybody is turning it into past and present, past and present. Good. Turn it into past and present. Because if you were a fan of censorship 5 years ago, 2 years ago, then I don't want to hear your bullshit today. If you were condemning Tucker Carlson getting canceled and you're okay with Jimmy Kimmel, I don't want to hear that either. Either we support the idea of expression all the time, but more importantly, when it makes our blood boil, or when it's authentic speech, when it's genuine speech. Because people will come here and be like, well, Jay, you ban people. First of all, I've spent 2 hours arguing with somebody when they were making a good faith argument. And when I raise my voice at people and I yell at them and I call them stupid, especially after I've been arguing with them for 2 hours, it's because it's like the coach when the coach says, you're being a fucking pussy and you're going weak on me over here. You got to the 70-yard line with Jeremy on your back. Don't fucking pussy out on me now and try to go take a shortcut. You're almost there. When people come in with their bullshit, I'm not your fucking babysitter. If you're gonna tell me what the First Amendment means, and I say, okay, well, where do you get this? Well, I just know. My sources trust me, bro. Then goodbye. Yeah, let's finish this debate. Exactly, Storm. Exactly. When we've gone 75 minutes and you're almost there, me saying shit to you to make you mad is to keep you engaged in the discussion. Don't fucking puss out on me now. Don't take a right turn at Albuquerque now and fucking get stupid. If you didn't learn something in a debate, then you both lost. I very rarely learn new things. I very rarely learn new things from the people I debate. What I learn is things that they've misinterpreted that I need to now understand. How the fuck did they misinterpret that? Like, for example, being here criminally, Being in the United States illegally is a criminal offense. No. Being here in the United States illegally could be a criminal offense or could be a civil offense. If you cross the border illegally, you're subject to incarceration. That's an Article 3 court violation. It's a federal misdemeanor. If you came in on a visa and the visa expired and you didn't self-remove, that's not an Article 3 violation, and you can't be incarcerated, you can only be removed. And that's what people don't understand. What people say is people that are here don't have to carry their papers. Yes, they do. It's in the law. So who is teaching you wrong? Yeah, who is teaching you wrong? Why are you following Trust Me Bro sources? My wife told me to go watch something because I was in her way. So my wife, you might be considered a sitter, right? Nice. I think that we need to encourage free thought. I think we need to encourage people's thinking. But what we also have to do is we need to encourage people to have sources. Like, for example, I read Sebastian Urkel's paper on the classical social contract theory of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, and it fucking terrifies me that this pile of shit work was even accepted. It's fucking garbage. Absolutely fucking garbage. But the person doesn't even have decent sources for their argument. If you put together an argument and you don't have sources for it, then your argument's useless. Because I can't go and look and read how you got to your conclusion. How did you get to that conclusion? You didn't include any sources. So how do I know? I think where we're failing as a society is that we've fallen into the trap of everybody says you're harassing me because you fight back. I'm not harassing you. I don't go out of my way to fucking find what you say. I don't go out of my way. Most people come here. People come here with something to say, and then they get mad when I'm not one of the channels that agrees with everything my community says. I'm not going to agree with you if you're fucking wrong. If you're wrong and you come to me with that wrong bullshit, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to say, nah, I don't think that, like, remember the one guy came in and thought that I was exactly like him and I was some sexist, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, arguing without sources like stream clips. Where's the rest of the fucking owl? Exactly. And that's when one particular company was constantly up my asshole because they were like, well, did you hear what Jay said today? And well, why did you say this today on your show? And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Like, you won't give me the clip. Well, you said something on your show today. I said lots of things on my show today. Well, you said something disparaging. Well, what did I say in the 5 minutes prior to it and the 5 minutes after it? I will be the first person to say I don't have all the answers. I will be the first person to say I hate giving advice to people because I absolutely hate giving people advice. I hate giving people advice because I'll be giving people advice and I'll be like, look, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions and I need you to answer the question that I'm asking, not the question you want me to ask. Because if you're asking me for advice, then what we're working on here is we're working on getting you unfucked. And when I ask a question, I want the answer to what I'm asking. And they're like, well, I've got a bunch of stuff to tell you. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about the things you want me to care about. Are you asking me for advice or are you asking me to listen? Which is why I will say, complete honest to God, I love these things. They look dorky as shit, but I love these things. Because when somebody wants me to just sit there and listen, I have music playing because I don't want to fucking, I don't want to fucking listen to 900 hours of bullshit. Are you asking me for advice? Yeah, then I'll give you advice. How much money do you have in the bank? Well, shut up. It's a number. How much money do you have in the bank? It is a fucking number. If there are any words in this that aren't numbers, you're your own worst enemy. How much do you have in the bank? How much do you have in monthly mandatory must pay bills? How many do you have in bills that you can cut? That's it. These are numbers. Speaking of music, if you prompt AI to make music with or without lyrics, who owns the music? You or the AI? That is a great question. That is a great question, and it is a question that has come up a lot. Let me break this down for you, because there are a lot of answers. So, who owns the music? Number one, if you wrote the lyrics, you own what you write. So the lyrics, you own what you write. Number two, on a platform like Suno, if you have the free plan, then they own it. If you have a paid plan, then you own it. The third part is own is subject to the interpretation of the USPTO, where you can't copyright AI created music. So therefore, you don't own it. It's not public domain, but you have to show significant human contribution in order for you to put a copyright on it. So if you give me 1 second. I've noticed something funny lately on Facebook. When my two friends were arguing about Charlie Kirk being racist, my black friend would send a clip of a white woman saying why Kirk was racist, and my white friend would send a clip of a black man saying he's not. Yeah. Oh, I went to the wrong place. So when you have music, you have to make sure that you're significantly contributing to the creation of said music. And if you're not, then it's not yours, because it's not yours in the regard that you can copyright it. And if you can't copyright something, you don't really own it. But what I can show you is, let's see. Oh, that's not how I wanted to do it. So you say you have a collection of stems and you create a song and you create that entire song using pre-made stems. Now, as this is right here, as it is right now, I still don't own this. I still don't own this song. And the reason why I don't own this song yet is because all I've done is taken the exact stems that the AI gave me. If I start going in here and I start making significant, I'm just going to make some bullshit adjustments here. And I start making significant changes to the product. I think we'll just do this. And then I'll do one more thing. I'll grab that. I'll throw this in. Right? So now you'll notice that what I was showing a minute ago now looks like that. Now I've clearly removed tracks. I've clearly added a new track that the AI didn't generate, and I've blended it and I've put it in. Now, if I go to my PC, I go to my document, and I say, on this date, I use this software to generate a song. However, I also downloaded it into an editing program, and I made significant alterations, which took me 14 hours. You print it, you throw it in your filing drawer, you're probably going to get your copyright claim through the USPTO. If AI prompts makes you a song, you adjust it, didn't you just plagiarize what the AI initially created? No, because if you have a premium plan, a paid-for plan with Suno, when it generates something, they say you own it. Remember, the song you hear right now, this is not made by AI. This is made by a composer. The composer that made this no longer owns it. I do. Because I own it. The composer put it together. Then they transferred the rights to me. Well, they transferred the rights to PGN Music. PGN Music owns it. That artist can't then resample that song. Well, I mean, they can for me because I make everything Creative Commons. But that artist can't then sample that song and say, well, I created it. No, because you sold ownership of it. Remember, you can't, while you can plagiarize from yourself, right? And people need to understand this. You can plagiarize from yourself. A lot of people don't grasp that. If you've published a work as an undergraduate or as a grad student, as dumb as it sounds, if you want to quote yourself in a future academic paper, you have to quote yourself. But you didn't plagiarize what the AI generated because the AI can't own what it created. Now, do I agree with all of that? No, I don't. No, I don't. But it is what it is. It's how they say it works. What I don't like is, I love when people exercise their right to peaceably assemble, but I don't like when people start having bullshit dumbass signs like hands off my free speech, censorship equals oppression, don't speak up, don't give up, speak up. Well, you have to remember what is censorship, what is not. Hands off my free speech. Jimmy Kimmel's free speech wasn't impeded. His paid for speech was. And as long as Disney keeps paying him, y'all good. Didn't Peter Navarro make a pseudonym and quote himself as an expert? Yes. Peter Navarro created a pseudonym and then quoted that expert so that Peter Navarro could seem like he knew what the fuck he was talking about when he, in fact, did not. And the big part of that issue was the things that Peter Navarro said, like nobody else in the industry, nobody else agreed with. That's why he couldn't find somebody to quote. So what you have is, you have a position, and where people think, yeah, it was an anagram of his name. You have a position. You should not be trying to find sources that support this position. That's not how your logical thought process should work. Your logical thought process should work this way. The things I've read have led me to this position. So when I write a paper, I bring these sources to this paper. And then I go find the advocacy to my paper. So I find sources and I include those. And then either yes, my conclusions are right, or no, my conclusions are wrong. And if I get to this part, then my position now changes. Too many college students, too many learners, too many anything. They go and they find sources that support their position instead of reading stuff that tells them they should even have the position they have. And when you start cherry picking, like somewhere in this fucking room, I don't even know where the fuck it is. I have a plaque in here somewhere. I was the best advocacy briefer at OTS. My position is my personality. Now you're attacking me. You made it personal. Okay. Then I've already defeated you right here, as we've already seen in the clip. If you feel that me attacking your position is me attacking your personality, you've already lost. Because first of all, you've become convoluted with your identity. Look, I'm sure today, if you guys haven't seen, if you don't follow my YouTube, I'm sure later today there's going to be hell to pay for me. I'm sure that at some point, I think I've ruffled enough feathers now that I'm going to get the nastygram. I'm either going to get the nastygram directly, or I'm going to get the nastygram where I'm going to be shit talked again, which then is just going to increase the fighting fire with fire. Like, look, I went and I spent the better part of a month making sure that I had all my ducks in a row before I put this out. Okay? Well, it's mostly stuff we've talked about before, except now I named names. Now I named the undisclosed investor behind Intrepid Studios. Now I talk about very specific how it's no longer has Steven sold off part of the company. It's Steven has sold off, to the best of my knowledge, at least 9.7% of the company. Where we run into the problem is I didn't make up my mind. We knew it. Well, some of you knew it was a year ago. Remember, I didn't give a fuck last year. I stopped covering that game 2 years ago. I popped in to do my one stream that I owed my community. I didn't know about the fucking Waynick comment. I didn't give a fuck. Right? I didn't give a fuck. I was like, whatever. I'm gonna, like, if you remember, I didn't want to stream Alpha 2 Phase 3. I was happy when they did Alpha 2 Phase 2. I had streamed it November 2024. I was like, this is dog water. And I was like, I'm done. And then they came out with the, oh, well, we're doing a Phase 3. Well, fuck my life. Now I gotta, fuck. I thought I only had to do beta 2, beta 1, beta 2, and launch. If they do an Alpha 2 Phase 4, fuck, I'm gonna have to stream that too. If they call the marketing thing, if they give it a new fucking name in November, I'm gonna have to stream that shit. I want to. So some of you knew it was Yaya. I didn't give a fuck. But I'm sure that I've pissed some people off. I don't care if I've pissed you off. I don't care if I hurt your feelings. Well, aren't your feelings hurt? Isn't that why you're doing this? No, my feelings aren't hurt. You fucking said an unfactual thing about me. I don't have feelings for you to hurt. Just correct the fucking record and I'll fuck right back off. I don't want to stream Ashes of Creation tomorrow. I probably won't. Unless I feel I have to, unless a new piece of something comes to light. It's not about what I like or what I don't. The Nintendo patent thing, so many people took that out of fucking context. Now, First of all, Nintendo should not have been allowed to patent what they were allowed to patent in the text. But Nintendo also submitted diagrams for what they were patenting. So everybody that's afraid that they think that Nintendo suddenly now has a patent on all summonable creatures, they don't. It sounds like that from the text. No, it'll stand up in court. Here's the problem. What you're worried about, can't even be a lawsuit. Hold on. Good grief. I got one for you, good grief. Ready? I can always step it up a little. Always be ready to step up your Jack Skellington game. If you gotta wear a fucking blazer somewhere, and it's all bougie and shit too, it's a one-button blazer. If you ever have to wear a blazer somewhere, be ready to wear a glow-in-the-dark Jack Skellington. Because there ain't nothing better than just pissing people off when you showed up in a... all you said was a blazer. You got to get a Pumpkin King blazer? Oh, yeah. The only problem with that is the inside of the sleeves is the reflective material. But it won't stand up in court. Nintendo's not going to be able to sue like Blizzard and say, you have to get rid of warlocks. You have to get rid of necromancers, because that's not what they filed. They filed very, very specific. And I don't see it as a problem. But what I do see as a problem is that, in my belief, Nintendo was chicken shit, because instead of going head to head in a court case saying you're ripping off our IP, that what they're trying to do is weaponize the patent system, which I don't like when anybody weaponizes a legal system. Because, and the other issue is going to be, it was real dumb of Nintendo to do that. Because, no, patents on game mechanics aren't bullshit. Patents on game mechanics are a good thing. If I think there is active litigation. There is active litigation. Let me look up one thing. No, the patent isn't retroactive. I don't know why people keep repeating this. I don't know why people keep repeating this, that it's retroactive. There is no such thing as a retroactive patent. So can you tell me where people are... Yeah... well, the problem is gamers are dumb, and gamers didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express, so they don't know what they're talking about. And if one bad content creator makes a piece of content, it miseducates a lot of people. The case of the summoning patent, it was granted on September 2nd, 2025. But it was filed in March of 2023. That doesn't make it retroactive. What it means is it's active back to March of 2023, because that's when it was filed. Retroactive would be they filed it on September 2nd, and they want to go back to March of 2023, and that's not how that works. Now, Pale World launched on January 19th. So, you get a level of protection, hence patent pending. Is Pale World going to lose No, Salty, you're wrong. It doesn't take a legal case. Patent pending is literally, we have a patent on that. They technically were granted a patent which then allowed to pursue further litigation. Oh, if games are art or not. Got you. Yes, in that regard, yes. Oh yeah, you replied to Super. I can't always see the replies on this screen. My Twitch is over here, but I have a multi-chat panel over there. But Twitch, I only have Twitch chat in this. They were granted a patent which allows them to pursue further litigation. You're right. They were going to pursue the litigation anyway. Which I think is dog shit. Right? Can we all agree, if we're just being realistic for a second, that Diablo and Path of Exile are pretty much the same? Isometric downward looking world, same as Fractured. They're all the same. Where they're different is the story, the lore, the IP. You can't patent an isometric... Yeah, Path is based on Diablo 2. But I would say Path of Exile's skill fucking bubble is immaculate. We gotta get past this fucking nonsense where everybody fucking just gets ass hurt and they sue everybody. Like, look, Batman, Superman, right? Stan Lee, Marvel, DC, they fucking ripped each other off all the time. We don't need to fucking keep acting like this. I wish game companies were allowed to steal each other's shit so we can get better games. I agree. This shit right here should offend you. A brutal beating by deputies was caught on tape. They were cleared by state police anyway. This right here, right? The guy had a broken nose, a fractured eye socket, and a badly swollen face. Can I just say, we gotta stop. The dude's naked, and you're beating the fuck out of him. Never before published footage shows why. Two Louisiana Sheriff's Department published the naked 25-year-old, flinging him around the parish detention center laundry room while landing a flurry of 50 punches. In the aftermath of the 2019 assault, hold on a second. You're telling me it took 6 fucking years? This is what's wrong with our fucking country. It should not take 6 years to get this through the court system. This shit should get through the court system in 20 fucking minutes. How? Know that expression? You know that expression where they say, if you're in a room with 100 cops and one of the cops is a murderer, you're really in a room with 100 murderers? Those officers should be terminated. Because unless you have a fucking reason that you beat the shit out of a suspect... Now, I'm the type of guy that says all this wonderful hands off, maximum restraint bullshit. I don't necessarily agree with all that. Like, for example, when I was a school security officer, a girl started beating the shit out of another girl. Well, I grabbed the girl and she slammed the back of her head into my face and busted my nose. I couldn't see. Then she hit me. Well, I knew where I was. I knew I was directly under the camera. I didn't give a shit. At that moment when she started hitting me, I was fearful for my life. She got taken down in a guillotine choke until my partner came around and cuffed her. Her parents were like, "We're gonna sue you." I said, "Great, I'm gonna fucking sue you back." And they were like, "What?" I'm like, "Here's the video footage of your kid breaking my fucking nose." What I did was a completely valid takedown while I'm blind. Now, did her face get ground across the carpet? Yeah. Why? Because she wouldn't fucking stop. And I'm not getting hurt today. She hit me. I let go. She turns, she starts wailing on me. Fucking guillotine choke, pick up, DDT to the floor, and she's in a fucking choke as my partner's coming on to get cuffs. She keeps trying to go forward. I keep down and back, and her face is all carpet burned. She fucked her fucking mug up. First thing the parents, "We're gonna sue you." Good, I'm gonna fucking sue you back. You never seen some parents fucking quiet down? He can't talk to us like that. Oh, really? Why not? That's all fine, but we think you went a little too far. No, I didn't. No. See, I didn't go ground and pound. Guillotine choke. Locked in. No 50 flurry of blows. I wasn't punching her in the back of the head. Just a choke. You want to fucking grind your face on the floor? I can't see. I can't plant. I can't turn. I don't give a shit. Other kids? Hey, stop. They stop. 2 kids fighting. Knock that shit off. You in front of me. You next to me. We're going to the dean. They fucking stopped. Look, in my report, this fucking crazy enraged girl fucking broke my nose. Here's my medical report. Here's this girl on video. Here's the video. Throwing fucking punches. Guess what? Fuck you. I think first, though, cops have to realize those two should not be able to have a job anywhere in law enforcement. Again, where I always say, I want to fix all the fucking broken systems. I want to fix every broken system in America. I think police officers should be required to be federally registered. And I absolutely mean this. Police officers there should have to be a federal database of police officers. If you get fired from a fucking job as a cop for brutality, they fucking go into the federal system and they say, "Fuck no, this person was terminated from this police department for fucking brutality." If a doctor loses their medical license, that's it. They lose their medical license. When these videos go public, investigations get reopened due to public pressure. You're right, but you know what the problem is? The fucking investigation, hold on. They shouldn't ever need to reopen the investigation. Because there shouldn't be a situation, right, where a guy's face looks like that. That's what's fucked up with our society. Should such a database be expended to teaching professionals that get dismissed for bad conduct and can relocate to other states and get employment in a school again? Yes, it absolutely should. Yes, it absolutely should. I think that we need to get rid of state requirements for teachers, and we need to have a federal requirement for teachers. I think if you have a teacher, like the guy that brought up the other day, Lou brought up a member of a school board who was fired because he pled guilty to felony level 1 attempted sexual misconduct or attempted sexual assault, whatever. I can't remember what it was. But if he hadn't gotten caught, he could have gone to a different place and been on a school board. That reminds me of the recent murder story by David, who killed his underage girlfriend. I thought that there was an ongoing story. I didn't think that there wasn't a story. Like, because they found the body. Like, it's not like there wasn't a story going on, because they found the body in the car. I think you've got some pieces. The investigation is now because they caught him with the body, but before she had been missing a long time, and the dude left so many breadcrumbs. She's been missing for a year, not years. I think facts are important. So, also, I will absolutely say a 15-year-old and how old is this motherfucker? A 20-year-old. There is no way that a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old ever is okay. There's no math that makes that one okay. I know sometimes when I talk about like Romeo and Juliet laws, there's some states have bad laws, which is why we need one federal age of consent and one federal set of rules. I think a really simple rule is this: if you're 19 and she's 17, or they're 17, if you turn 20 before they turn 18, then this right here is the time to walk away. But if you're 19 and they're 17 and they turn 18, I think this is okay. I think this is not. That's just me. I think that there is something to be said about when he's a senior and she's a freshman. That might be, but literally I'm looking at the police report of her being reported, and she was missing. From what I'm seeing is there's a Riverside County report more than a year prior. Let me see if I can get an actual date. She was only reported missing on April 5th of 2024. So more than a year, but less than 2. So not years. I think there's, well, I don't care if she had been reported missing prior to that. And the reason why I don't care is if you're missing and you're found, you're found. And if you're missing again over here, I care about that date. Because if you were never found, the date would be that date. That's how missing persons reports. So she was reported missing on 5 April 2024. Now, I don't know if she had run away before that. I can't find a thing that says she... Yeah, she had run away a few times and returned home before her runaway in April 2024. So, but she had returned home. So that means she was a runaway and there were some parents and she was found. She ran away, right? She was found. Then she ran away in April of 24 and she was never found until she was found dead. And what inflames people sometimes is by saying that, by just putting out this, right? I am in no way fucking justifying any part of the story. I just want to talk about the actual facts of the story. Like, I just want to talk about the reality is she was reported missing on 5 April 2024. That's the only... I don't care if she ran away before that. Why? Because it's not fucking relevant. Now, if we want to make that relevant, we got to be able to tie those runaways back to David. If we can do that, great. If we can't do that, then they're irrelevant. But, again... When we talk about a 20-year-old, if she's not 18 before you turn 20, you should have nothing to do with her. Like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm going to shit on Leo right now. I'm going to shit all over Leo right now. Oh, okay. He's not actually dating her. Oh, maybe he is. I don't know. If Leonardo DiCaprio has a 19-year-old girlfriend, that's a big fucking no. But apparently he's not. Apparently the girl in the photograph in the hot tub isn't 19. After a certain age, right? After a certain age, it's half your age plus 7. After the age of 28, because 28 is the first time that this works. 28 divided by 2 is 14, plus 7 is 21. You can't do this beforehand very well. I mean, you can. You can do it at 26, right? Because that's 13 plus 7 is 20. But then this breaks my over under 20. Reddit is the most evil site. I would actually argue with you that 4chan is worse than Reddit, but I'd also argue that Facebook is terrible. But that's why I say 26 doesn't work, because 26 divided by 2 is 13 plus 7 makes her or him 20, and I don't think a 26-year-old has any business being with a 20-year-old. I think that really there's like a special set of silos. And I really do hold firm with this. No, not with that. I do hold firm with this one as well. If you're going to turn 22 before your partner turns 21, you're not a good compatible partner. My daughter would be pissed if she heard that because she's 20 and her boyfriend is 22, but if a legally aged adult can't socially consent to their own relationship, are we infantilizing the person or confirming that some decisions are all legal, social, reprehensible? I'm saying that it's socially, morally reprehensible. What the fuck does a 48-year-old have in common with a 19-year-old? I use 21 as the magic number because I think if you can consume alcohol, then your social circle should be with people who can consume alcohol. Those relationships are financial. Sex, desire, and money, right. As somebody once made the joke about 50 Shades of Grey. If Christian Grey wasn't a billionaire, then 50 Shades of Grey in a trailer park would be 4 counts of criminal sexual assault. I think that morals and standards and values have to be thought about. Like, yes, I understand the girl is 18. We're not upset with either. I don't give a again, remember, I don't give a shit, right? as long as she's consenting and you're consenting. But when you talk about what you can do, she can do it. He can do it. It's all great. But I can have an opinion on what you can do, and I can have an opinion on what you should do. And those are two different things. Just like the abortion one. As a Catholic, I'm against abortion. As a Catholic, I am against abortion because, number one, a whole series of beliefs, but number two, because my Pope tells me I'm against abortion. Unfortunately, on the topic of abortion, I look at the Pope and I say, what's my answer, boss? And the boss says, you're against abortion. I say, okay, I'm against abortion. But politically, I'm pro-choice. Because politically, I want people to be able to make their choices. I think they're both getting exactly what they consented to. Right. And that's fine. Nobody the fuck is saying they can't. Is it wrong objectively? No. Is it wrong objectively? No. Is it wrong subjectively? Yes. Is abortion wrong objectively? No. It's wrong morally. There's no objective when it comes to abortion. There is no. Why? Because there is no objective when it comes to is it wrong or is it right. It's a subjective, because it's an opinion. Something like abortion doesn't have an objectively right or an objectively wrong answer. Some abortions, how? What do you mean how? Do you know the difference between objectively and subjectively? Because you're asking me a question that makes me think you don't know the meanings of words. So I have no idea of which direction to go. If you're saying, are abortions medically necessary? In some cases, yes. So in some cases, an abortion is the proper course of action objectively. In some cases, the doctor can definitively say the mother has a 0 point. No. What do you mean no? You don't know what objectively and subjectively mean? I need some more words, man. This is like a verbal with a delay. So I need more words. You don't know what objective and subjective mean? I don't need you to link me a video to abortion. If it's about how people process problems, that's fine. It's like you're trying to talk to people. Send it to me on Twitch. You're making something objective subjectively. No. I'm not making something objective subjective biologically. That's why I'm asking you if you know what objective and subjective mean. Because a choice is not... Objective means not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. When you say, is it wrong? Right and wrong is based on your morals, your ethics, your logic, your perspectives. When you say you're making something objective, subjective, biologically, no, you're not. If you go that route, yes, but why are you making objectively wrong, subjectively good, biologically? I'm not making objectively wrong. Situationally, I am. In a medical situation where the woman is 14 weeks pregnant and the doctors definitively tell her, you have a 0.0% chance of survivability. The child has 0.0% chance of survivability. If we perform an abortion, your chance of survivability is 98%. Those are objective facts. That takes some of the morality out of it. For example, when my daughter was 8 weeks premature, before I got to the hospital, my wife signed a medical power of attorney, basically giving rights to, you do realize women die more from abortion than giving birth. You do realize that's incorrect, right? If you're gonna come at me with numbers, you better come at me with realistic numbers. Before you go any further, before you try to argue a point, I'd like you to know, just so, because I don't know you, I have a degree in electrical engineering and biological or in biomedical technology. CDC source. Give it to me then. Give me the source so I can see it. Because before you try to give me a bunch of Gish Gallop bullshit, I want you to know I have a degree in electrical engineering, biomedical technology. So you're not going to be able to give me some half-ass sources. If you're going to say to me, if you're going to give me the source I think you're about to give me, it's going to be having dirty abortions in the numbers. It's a study that says what happens when we make abortions illegal and women are getting abortions not in full-up medical clinics. They're called dirty abortions or back alley abortions. And yes, women die when you take away their ability to get a medically sterile abortion. So, where's your source? Oddly enough, in the CDC study from the or actually, I'll go with a better one. It's 14 times safer to have an abortion than to give birth. There's the CDC study. So, the problem with running around and trying to give people bullshit is that people are going to challenge you. Hold up, let me pull it up. Staying pregnant, on the other hand, carries a greater risk of death for the pregnant person than having an abortion. Abortion is incredibly safe for pregnant people in the U.S., with 0.44 deaths per 100 procedures. In contrast, 20 deaths per 100,000 live births occurred in 2019. University of Colorado study. I'm telling you right now, no study exists that says what you believe it exists. Because women still die of childbirth every day in this country because of oh shit moments, like my spouse. Melly Umpkin killed herself and my wife during birth. And thank God they were at a high tier facility. My wife needed well over 120 stitches because Melly Umpkin had her foot angled and literally tore the entire birth canal. Melly Umpkin was dead when she was born. It was only because she was at a facility that had 2 teams of doctors. So, in a normal situation, that mom would have been one of the 20 per 100,000 that died. But either way, the numbers that you're giving don't change objective versus subjective. That's not even the CDC. Holy shit, dude. Oh, look at the fucking link you just linked. You just linked my study. Abortion is 14 times safer than childbirth. What the fuck is wrong with people? Holy shit, man. You literally just fucked your own argument in the ass. Fact check. Abortion is 14 times safer. Myth. Wait a minute, hold on. Studies from... Dude, holy fuck. Could you please... Studies from countries with better data show that a woman is at least 3 times as likely to die from any cause following abortion than after childbirth. Let me go through this. Abortion-related deaths are compared to 100,000 legal abortions, where all maternal deaths are compared to 100,000 live births. Holy fuck. Even the former director of the CDC, the former director, demonstrated a comparison between 2 statistics. Oh, holy shit, man. Did you read this? Even the former director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention demonstrated that a comparison between the 2 statistics is inappropriate. The CDC relies primarily on the death certificate documentation due to private payment for most abortions and women's tendency to hide abortion history. Dude, this is a bullshit fucking institute and a bullshit fucking paper. If you want to be taken seriously, right, you have got to go to legitimate studies. Abortion is incredibly safe for people in the US, with 0.44 deaths per 100,000 procedures. In a 4-year period, 20 deaths per 100,000 live births occurred in 1 year. Holy fuck. First of all, your numbers don't even say what you want your numbers to say. Second of all, get reputable sources. When you say a CDC study, it's not a CDC study unless the CDC does the fucking study. This fucking garbage that you presented. This isn't even a study, man. This is a fucking review. Holy shit. Records linkage study found that a woman was 62% more likely to die from any cause in the years following abortion compared to childbirth. 82% more likely to die in an accident. No, here, and you don't take into account from women and babies that are saved from C-sections more, and it's way better than abortion. Dude, shut the fuck up. You are bringing in morality. You are making subjective arguments. Let me help you out. I asked you point blank if you know the definition between objective and subjective, and you don't. You don't know the difference between these words. And it is really important that you do. And I'm going to show you where the fuck you don't understand the difference, right? Do you see that word there? And it's way better? Better how? Better how? Look, if you want to be anti-abortion, that's fine. Nobody can take your opinion to say, I'm against abortion away from you. That is a subjective opinion. C-sections are way better for both the mom and the child than abortion. Why the fuck are we comparing C-sections to abortions? C-sections are a method of birth. What the fuck does a C-section being better? Guess what, man? Of course a C-section is better for the child than an abortion. In one of the two procedures, the child dies. So what the fuck is wrong with your logic? You can't compare C-sections being better for the child than abortions. You have to compare C-sections being better than vaginal birth. You don't even know what the fuck to compare and contrast in this discussion. Let me help you out. Get out your fucking marker and get out your fucking cue card. The words that you want to type are, I'm against abortion, period. I find it morally wrong, period. That's the only argument you ever have to make. But when you do stupid shit like this, you literally destroy your own argument. All you have to say is, I'm morally against abortion. Guess what? This side of me agrees with you. This right here, this side of me, 100% agrees with you. But then C-sections being more safer than medical abortions are necessary. Look, you dumb fuck. Let me help you. If a woman needs an abortion in order to survive, she can't be saved by a C-section. Let me help you out. They don't perform abortions on children that are viable. They perform C-sections. You're literally saying shit that's dumb as fuck. If the child is Karthos, what's the fucking age that we decided is the new fucking medical age that children are viable? He has an amazing case study. How is it necessary when both options safe? Dumbass, they don't fucking perform abortions past a certain week if the child is viable. They perform a C-section and take the child out. Holy fuck you, dumbass. If a child is viable, they can't perform an abortion. Every fucking state has had a maximum week, and they're lowering it because we've got this wonderful case of a child who was born 13 weeks premature and was still deemed viable. Now the medical industry is changing what they know about fucking emergency medical care, about neonatal intensive care units. You're literally trying to say that a mom can go to a hospital and be presented with the option of, we'll do an abortion or we'll do a C-section. The fuck are you talking about? That option is never presented. That's not an option. We don't abort viable children that can be saved from C-section. What the fuck are you on? When a woman needs a medical abortion, it's because the child isn't viable. I don't even think you know what the fuck a cesarean section is. Because you're like, when comparing a cesarean to an abortion, why am I comparing a fucking paper clip to an airplane? They're both made of metal and that's about it. Look, man, you can't make this argument because you're ignorant as fuck. You need to go and read. You need to go and understand. When I say objectively, they say to the mother, there's a 0.0% chance you're going to survive. There's a 0.0% chance the baby can survive. So do you want to live or do you both want to die? How are they save both parties and one of them dying for the other to live? In an abortion, certain pregnancies, the mom can't carry the baby to term because the baby, the fetus is implanted in the fallopian tube instead of in the uterus, which means as the baby grows, it's going to rupture the fallopian tube and the baby is going to die. There is not a womb there. They need to go in and they need to remove the clump of cells because medically, that clump of cells is no different than cancer. It's a clump of cells that's not where it's supposed to be. It's a fetus. It's just not in the womb. So they say you have a choice. There is a 0.0% chance this child will live. This child can't grow. The child's not in the right place. If you don't have the medically necessary abortion, you will die. Or you can just die and you both can die. You both can die or you can live. There is no scenario where the baby can live. There's not even a scenario where the baby can live and you die. That scenario exists. And as I was saying, my wife signed paperwork when Gizmo was born. My wife signed paperwork with the hospital before I arrived that said every medical decision must be made to save the child, not the mother. She was 8 weeks premature. That was a choice. It was a choice that was my wife's to make. But you're talking about shit you don't know what you're talking about. You're a clump of cells right now. Do you deserve life? Why does meaning less development, the baby should die? Oh my God. You have one more dumbass thing you're going to say, and I'm going to ban you because you're one of these dumbasses. Look, man, I've told you, you can say I'm against abortion. I think abortion is wrong. And I support that. But you're talking medical now. I'm a clump of cells right now. You are correct. Because when I was fucking conceived, I was conceived in my mother's womb. The ability for me to come to term existed. If a baby is in the fallopian tube, it cannot come to term. It's not a baby yet. It's a fetus. It's not a baby. It can't exist outside of the host. It will kill the host. It has zero here. Maybe you don't understand what 0% is. 0.0%. It cannot come to life. Fetus means offspring, which means baby. No, it doesn't. And this is where I told you, don't fuck with me because I have a degree in biomedical technology. There is a difference between a fetus and a baby. A fetus is not a viable life form. A fetus cannot exist outside the host. A fetus is a parasitic infection. If you want the actual closest terminology, a fetus is a parasitic infection unable to survive without the host. A baby is a viable life form which can be removed from the host and grow and live and have cellular division and be perfectly, well, not perfectly healthy because some preemies are born blind. Some, like my daughter, are born with a malformed heart. Offspring, you are correct. Keep up, you dumb motherfucker. You connected fetus to offspring to child. I broke your connection. A fetus cannot exist outside of the mother. Now, can we grow children in a test tube? We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close to not needing the biological shell. We're getting close to having artificial wombs. In that regard, will it bring up a different moral fucking component? Yes. Can we go in and can we remove the cluster of cells from the fallopian tube and put it into an artificial womb? Can we do it? We can't do it yet. But here's the thing, Evan. You're making a bad faith argument that offends me on a moral level. You're making a bad faith argument because I've given you several opportunities to just make the statement, I'm against abortion. You still haven't done that. You want to be obstinate. You want to... How is that... How? It's what the definition is. You're conjoining two things that don't get conjoined. Is a 7-day-old fetus able to survive outside of the host? Yes or no? And this is the part of the game now where you've annoyed me. So if you answer anything other than yes or no, and you try to continue on your platform, I politely tell you, this is my house, this is my show, I make the fucking rules. If you don't like it, piss off or start your own stream. Yes or no? Can a 7-day-old fetus survive outside of the host mother? It's a yes or no question. That's it. You get a yes or a no. Which one is it? Oh, now see, now when we get put on the spot. No. No. See, look at that, motherfucker. You can't even answer yes or no because you know you're going to lose the argument. No. A 7-day-old fetus... I didn't say fucking kill it, did I? See, here's the problem. You like to run around, talk out your ass with studies that aren't even viable. They're not even scientific. They're not even CDC studies. If it can't survive outside of the host mother, it is not a baby yet. It is a fetus. It is a life form. The problem is you don't like the fact that somebody intellectually can challenge you, and I'm just not going to roll over with your bullshit. It probably offends you that I'm a Catholic that politically is pro-abortion because I'm pro-choice. If it cannot exist outside of the host, it is not a baby yet. It is a fetus. And nobody has said it needs to die. When the fuck did I say it has to die, motherfucker? This is waffles. I haven't mentioned French toast. I haven't mentioned pancakes. You're just trying to keep going along. That is why a fetus is not a child. How? Because then by that logic, babies in medical care should die because they're dependent. No, not at all. Because what did I say? See, you're so fucking dumb. You're used to repeating what people say. I didn't say needs medical care or doesn't need medical care. I didn't say any of that. All I said was exist outside the host. And now you're trying to make the further argument. You're trying to make the next level of argument, which I'll counter with, I would never say that a child needs care, making them less of a life form, because kittens need the care of their mother. Technically, a baby doesn't need medical care. Technically, we've been birthing babies on this planet. When does human life begin, if not a human by your worldview? When it can exist outside of the host. The moment it can exist outside of the host, it is a life form. Period. Period. That is why 26 weeks was decided. It says it begins at conception. No, it doesn't. No, the fuck it doesn't. No, the motherfucker does not. That's a morality argument. And believe me, man, I don't know why you're trying to argue. No, it doesn't. It does not say that. That is one interpretation of it. Life does not begin at conception. Well, life does. Life form does. Sure. Baby doesn't. It is not a baby at conception. It is a collection of cells. If it cannot exist outside of the host, it is not a life form yet. Unless you want to say that it's a parasitic life form or a symbiotic life form. Look at a textbook from, yeah, I have. That is why I'm saying you're grossly misrepresenting it. You are taking your morals and you are overlaying them on top of the science. That is why I am using the words embryo, life form, baby. Dude, at this point, I'm not even convinced you can read, because the citation you gave that you were sure was a CDC study isn't even a CDC study. It quoted the former CDC director. That does not a CDC study make. A CDC study will have a CDC reference number. Your study doesn't have that. Look, man, you're fucking one of these people. I have. How the fuck do I have a degree in biomedical technology if I haven't read all of the science? One of the fucking devices I work with is an infant incubator. I had to no, that's Wikipedia. That's Wikipedia. Don't give me Wikipedia. Give me a fucking citation. That is Wikipedia, you illiterate fuck. Wikipedia can be edited by anybody. Literally, you gave me a Wikipedia listing that uses the word embryo one time. Here's the thing, man. I'm more... that's strange. When I read one in high school, it says it begins at conception. What begins at conception, you illiterate fuck? Life? Guess what? They're not teaching high-level fucking science in high school. You're trying to say the high school book I read? Holy fuck. Life begins at conception. Sure. Then why can't it come out of the host body until about week 21? Embryo, life form, child, baby. What is hard for you to understand? What pisses me off about people like you is you're probably on my side of the religious discussion, and I've literally given you like 5 ways out to just say, I'm against abortion. I am morally against abortion. I'm against abortion. I think it's morally wrong. All you have to say is that. You don't try to have to outsmart smart people with the science. Just say you're against abortion for moral reasons. And he won't do that. By the way, if you're going to say, I read a book, I would like to tell you, no, it's not arguing. Oh, he's arguing semantics. By the way, just so you know, that's one viewpoint of biology. There's some people that say, just so we're looking at it, when we start to talk about biology, it doesn't begin at conception. It doesn't begin until the fetus itself reaches a certain stage of development. Some people say it's as soon as it has a nucleus. Some people says it's not a life until it has a heartbeat. So who's right? Why are you trying to bring a religious perspective into a medical discussion? Why are you fucking even arguing about abortion with a guy who literally says, morally I'm against abortion, but legally I support it? We don't even have one law. See, this is my fucking problem. See, folks, this is where I will tell you, why can't a baby run as soon as it leaves the womb? Exactly. I read it in a book. It just makes me think of Ben Stiller. Somebody else said, why can't a baby run as soon as it leaves the womb? Because it has development. Now, I don't disagree with the idea, right? I find abortion morally reprehensible. And you'll notice on my political party, what I literally say is, about abortion, I say, right to choose is important, but so is access to alternatives and education. How can we even have a fucking discussion with people, though, when they fucking don't want to read biology books, they want to read arguments, and then they use Wikipedia? No, it is live. You want to quote Wikipedia. You want to quote a fucking study that's not a fucking CDC study. Then just say, I read this bullshit study. If you want to believe in something religiously, believe in something religiously. I'm not going to tell you not to believe in something religiously. But when you can't make a fucking argument against the idea, Yeah, we are live. I'm on Twitch, so the chat on screen can only be Twitch's chat. What does the word fetus mean again? Depends since I'm not quite sure which direction you're going. A fetus is a life form that requires gestation inside of a human host, which we're about to have artificial wombs, so I don't know how much longer. A fetus is a dependent life form. If the host dies, the fetus dies. Otherwise known as, that's why we make the parasitic or symbiotic argument. A symbiote can't live without the host. A parasite can't live without the host. Unfortunately, if you can't live outside of the host, you can be a life form. You can be a life form, but you're not a baby. And that's where the linchpin is. You're not a baby yet. At 21 weeks, I think we found a case study of a child who was born at 21 weeks and grew up with 0 defects, or has 0 identifiable defects thus far. That means in some medical circles, they have started to say a fetus is a baby at 21 weeks. There's some discrepancy because we don't necessarily want to make the number so low that we're yanking out fetuses that then die due to lack of development. But there used to be a 26-week number. Let me see if I get the... Abortions are legal in Illinois up to 26 weeks. Except we know for a fact that children, babies, let's use standard vernacular. The 26-week mark is due to fetal viability. Well, if the fetus is viable outside of the host at 21 weeks, then Illinois needs to change their law. And I'm only using Illinois because there's 50 states, there's 50 laws. I'll just use the one in my state. Now, contrary to the person who earlier wanted to start just being a dumbass, what about at week 28? What if they're in a situation like my wife was, where my wife's preeclampsia was killing her? Her blood pressure was so high, it was killing her, and it was killing my daughter. Well, what do we do then? Well, a doctor could make the decision to still perform an abortion. Now, this is where, if Evan knew what the fuck Evan was talking about, that's when Evan's argument comes into play. Why are we talking about a termination surgery versus a cesarean? Why are we talking about a fetal removal via abortion, via a fetal removal via cesarean section? And in that discussion, if Evan wasn't a fucking illiterate muppet, what I would have said is there should never, ever be an abortion performed if the fetus is viable to be a baby. If you develop a sudden, if the host carrier develops a medical condition at week 26 of the pregnancy, then we look at the situation and we say, do we have enough time to do the 48 hours of steroid injection, perform a cesarean, and save both? Now, what if it's not cut and dry? What if the answer is no, we don't have the 48 hours to do the steroid injection? What if we have a placenta detachment? Well, then we perform an emergency cesarean section. We pull the fetus out, and we see if the fetus is viable to transition between fetus and baby. But when you have people running around that want to paint everything with their morals, there isn't an objective, is abortion right or wrong? there is scenarios as the one I just mapped out. Is abortion objectively the right call in this scenario? Yes or no? 28 weeks? No. 26 weeks? No. 24 weeks? No. 21 weeks? Well, the law in Illinois is 24 weeks. Should the law be changed? What actual CDC studies do we have? What data do we actually have? Just because we know of one, fetus is another word for offspring. Offspring is another word for child. Children is synonymous to baby. No, fetus is not another word for offspring if you're trying to link those three words together. It's not. What you're trying to do is you're trying to apply your moral interpretation of words to say that a fetus is a child. I'm sorry. Again, I'm going to say this real quick. Religiously, you're not going to beat me on the argument. A fetus is a life form that cannot exist outside of the host. Or an immature offspring is just an underdeveloped fetus. Yes. An immature offspring is an underdeveloped fetus. It means, it literally the phrase is fetal viability. And this is what people don't like when you start. People that have really strong moral opinions need to stay out of the scientific argument and let other people make it. Just say, I'm against abortion. I think it's morally reprehensible. Cool. Then don't make the argument. Fetus. Baby. No. Fetus. Transitional timeline. Baby. Point. Fixed point. Non-viable. Viable. Yes, in Texas, abortions are prohibited after cardiac activity that can be detected by ultrasound around 6 weeks gestation. Now, Texas has passed a law. Texas has passed a law based on one interpretation. Is a 6-week-old fetus viable? No. There is 0 cases out of 100,000 where a 6-week-old fetus can survive outside of the host. Why is it when I Google, it says it begins at conception? Well, because you're Googling and you're posting bullshit. I mean, if you really want an answer. Because if you Googled it, it wouldn't say life begins at conception. I'm going to help you out if you actually Googled it and you're not full of shit. Right? Because if you want to play this game, Evan, I'll play this fucking game with you. You want to play when you Google it? I Googled it. When does life begin? The question of when life begins is a complex topic with different perspectives from biology, law, religion, and philosophy. Oh, sorry. The buttons are in the wrong order. Children are... Can I make that? No, I can't. Children are offspring. You are correct. Children are offspring. Offspring are children. But what you're trying to do with this argument, which you shouldn't do, because it doesn't work, you're trying to do this. You're trying to do fetus equals offspring. Offspring equals child. QED. Fetus equals child. And that's not how it works. The definition of fetus is the offspring of a human or mammal. You are correct. You are absolutely correct. Can a fetus survive outside of the host? Yes or no? It's a yes or no fucking question, which is what people never like. Again, that's not a Google search, my friend. Right? Let me help you with this. The definition of fetus is the offspring. In stages of prenatal development. Right. Prenatal. Pre-viability. As far as the other guy. Right? As far as the other guy. Pediatricians. The predominance of human biology research confirms life begins at conception. For who? For the American College of Pediatricians. If it was so cut and dry, man, ready? My question for you then, if it was so cut and dry, are we talking this? Because you said I did a Google search. There's 3 different stages. Many sources state that an individual human life begins at fertilization. Many, not all. Definitions aren't feelings. I opened a book and wrote what I read. I'm glad you did. I'm glad that you opened a book and you wrote what you read. Now go open 500 books. Go open 500 books and you'll find you won't find 500 books on the topic that all agree. Which is why I make the argument you're trying to connect 2 definitions, which you can feel free to try to do. The problem is I will simply stand, right? If a fetus cannot exist outside of fetal viability, which both of you on both platforms, that's strange, I found it easily. That's also funny. You keep saying I found it easily, and I keep posting this. The words synonymous with. Did you know that synonyms don't actually mean the identical word? If synonyms meant the exact same word, we wouldn't have synonyms for things. They mean similar. Can a fetus live outside the womb? For a short period of time, yes, when it's implanted in the fallopian tube, but it cannot reach... No. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You don't get to ask the question and give the answer. You want to do that shit, download OBS, get a microphone and a camera, run your own stream. If you ask me a question, I get to answer it. Can a fetus live outside the womb? Yes, for a short period of time. Your own answer is even wrong. Just so we're clear, you asked the question, can a fetus live outside the womb? You said with help, yes, it doesn't require help. Not in all situations. You can have a fetus that starts to develop in the fallopian tube. With 0 help, it's surviving, but it can't reach viability. So don't try to ask me a question and then answer. You either ask the question and you want my answer, or do your own show. Back to Evan. That's weird because I found it pretty good on Wiki. Yeah, you used Wiki, and you gave a link to a wiki that contradicted you. You don't use Wikipedia. Wikipedia can be edited by anybody with whatever agenda they want. I could go on that Wikipedia site and put in different definitions of things as long as I provide the appropriate citation. And then 5 minutes later, somebody could come behind me and change it. Look, man, I have not said at any single point life doesn't begin at conception. You're continuing to argue a point that I don't give a fuck about. My point for you is, when is it a child? When is it, again, Jesus Christ, man. Evan, you're fucking scientific consensus. Peer-reviewed journals in the biological life science have published articles that represent the biological view of fertilization. As those statements are typically offered without explanation. You're so great. You have 1 paper. I'm happy for you. And what? At least now you got to the National Library of Medicine. At least now, in all that time Googling, you got to a good article. I'm happy for you. It's an article. My question for you, if you're gonna be obstinate, is then why is that not uniformed? Why is it, from a biological standpoint, many sources state, which I'm not disputing you on, but does it say all sources state? Once again, I don't care about your point. We're not talking about when life begins from a fucking moral point. NHS says different. Dude, you said Googled. The fuck is wrong with you, Evan? You said I Googled it. I have Google up for you. Google is on the fucking screen, bro. You gave it to me. I don't want your give to me. I'm saying right here from Google. Many sources. All does not equal many. The point is, first of all, you said that a cesarean section, first of all, you said that cesarean sections have a better chance of the baby surviving than an abortion. You literally said that, which is a no shit statement, because an abortion kills the baby. So it's like, yeah, man, jumping out of an airplane without a parachute has like a 99.9% chance of killing you. Like, no shit, right? The point is this. You're trying to run around and talk about when life begins. Again, Evan, get the dick out of your ear. Get the fucking dick out of your ear. You're continuing to argue the point that I don't care about. I have never argued that the fucking life doesn't begin at fucking conception. It's a fucking fetus at conception. When is it a baby? When it is viable. Yeah, it's not a fucking argument. You're fucking bringing a morality argument in. I've literally told you, if you want to say I'm against abortion because I believe life begins at conception, just fucking say that. Just say that. The problem is you're making a bullshit bad faith argument because I'm saying stuff off the cuff and you're running around doing Google searches. My point to you is, it goes to show I'm not being dishonest. Evan, in order for me to be dishonest, I have to not believe what I'm saying. When have I ever fucking said I don't believe life begins at conception? I've never said that. And if you call me dishonest again, you just won't be here because then you're arguing in bad faith. You're making arguments against straw men. I'm not making that argument. So you can knock down the fucking straw man 200 times. It doesn't make your position stronger. I'm not arguing that point. I am a fucking Catholic. Yes, as a Catholic, of motherfucking course, I believe life begins at conception. The point is, I believe that at conception, it is a fetus, dependent on the host. You said facts, not feelings. I wasn't talking to you. If I was talking to you, I'd be looking this way. I opened my dictionary and read you the literal definition. You responded that by reading the definition and synonyms, that was making a moral argument. No, unknown soul, you're not the only person I'm talking to. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you don't know how to fuck a streamer works, do you see there's chat right here? There's chat here. Yours isn't on it. So, honestly, either know what the fuck is going on, or stop making arguments that I'm not making. I wasn't fucking regarding you. The problem here, it's irrelevant when life fucking begins. What? Yeah, I thank you. Right here. Thank you. Thank you. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's on the screen now. I specifically said Evan. I literally called out the person I was addressing. It doesn't matter when life begins. If you want to believe that life begins at conception, believe that. I'm a Catholic. I believe that. As a Catholic. As a Catholic. As a Catholic, that is a subjective moral argument when I try to apply it. And this all started when you said there are objective and subjective reasons why abortion is bad. No, the fuck there's not. There's never a objective reason why abortion is bad. If you're making a really weird argument that you're saying, well, as my perspective for the advocate of the baby, an abortion is bad, sure. Yes. If you are the fetus's legal representative, you're making an argument that the abortion is really fucking bad for the fetus. Absolutely. But when you say shit like a baby can be saved with a C-section but not an abortion, what fucking scenario are we in then? Because in Texas, the host, and I'm going to call it the host has to carry the fetus after 6 weeks. In Illinois, the host has the option to abort the fetus up to 26 weeks. Look, when we talk objectively, I would make the argument that objectively that's wrong. Because at 24 weeks, we have fetal viability. You have to say host because if you want to break it down to the scientific discussion, we have to treat it as the fetus, the host, the parasite, the symbiote. Otherwise, people's feelings get in, and feelings don't have anything to do with it. I don't think where babies are, I don't know when babies are considered babies, but I do think that access to abortions have a lot of people to be irresponsible. Let me say this right there, right? Let me say that. I love that statement from YouTube. You don't see it on the screen, Twitch. I love that statement. Yes, you and I fucking agree. I think access to abortions, 30 million abortions in one generation, has led an awful lot of people to be irresponsible. Yes, which is why when I talk about my platform, I'm the yellow column. I think the right to choose is important, but access to alternatives and educations is fucking vastly important. I think it is bullshit, right? I think it is absolutely bullshit that women can get a fucking plan B easier than they can go on birth control. What the fuck society do we live in where it's easier for a girl to go get a plan B every fucking weekend out of pocket instead of just like literally there's college girls that say my fucking insurance doesn't cover my birth control, but a plan B is like $15 at the pharmacy on my RX script. Like, what the fuck is wrong with our society? Yes, that's the argument. Unknown Soul needs to get with Evan cross-platform and be like, this is how you make the argument. I am against abortion. I am morally against abortion. I believe abortion is wrong. I believe that abortion is allowing people to act irresponsibly, and we've had 30 million aborted babies in one generation. I'll be like, high five all day on that shit. I think we should take away women's rights to abortions. Fuck. No. No. I can't go there. I can't go there. But what I would like to do is I'd like to look at it when they say, yeah, overuse of Plan B can be toxic to women. It can interfere with your ability to conceive children when they want to. I saw somebody ask me a great question. I love this question. I love this question right here. Oh, fuck. Do I think access to guns is what has caused people to act irresponsibly? Yes. Thank you, somebody who's finally framed the gun control argument question in a way that I can answer. Let me grab a root beer and I'm going to jump all over that. I'm going to stay late today. All right. So you remember iRobot? You remember iRobot where the doctor, everywhere the doctor went, it said, my responses are limited. You must ask the right questions. That question down there, right there, is the right fucking question. Do I think access to guns is what has caused people to act irresponsible? And the answer is yes. I absolutely do. I think impulsiveness is something that causes mass shootings because when you have to solve the problem of how am I going to cause a lot of death, a lot of mayhem, there is, and I make the argument that a person can drive through a crowd and cause a lot of injury. A person can drive through a crowd and cause some death. But we're taught and it's ingrained in us because we drive with our parents all the time and we drive in cars. The very thought process of I shouldn't hit pedestrians, shouldn't hit pedestrians, shouldn't hit pedestrians. It's like reinforced in your mind. But the whole idea of I'm going to get a gun and I'm going to shoot people. Well, if you don't have to solve the problem of how am I going to cause wanton destruction? Like if you look in foreign countries, they have stabbing attacks. They have firebomb attacks. They have explosive attacks. If those countries had more guns, they would have more gun violence. Anybody that lives in Europe is going to tell you they have violence. But there is and again, I can't speak on all of Europe, but I won't say lots. The one European country that I know of that doesn't have armed police the way America does is England. Now, I don't know the rest of the countries. I shouldn't speak out of turn. England doesn't need all their police to be armed because they don't have everybody else running around armed. But England is arming more and more of their police because England is coming up against violence, more and more violence. Now, when we start talking about, I'm not from England, but you have no armed police? Okay. What country? Because I was just thinking to myself, it's been so long, it's been at least 9 years. Yeah, they have a quick response force setup where they dispatch armed police. The Netherlands? That's good, right? That's good. I think that people having access to firearms is just making it easier for people to be able to throw out wanton destruction. I think what like Unknown Soul said, women having access to abortions has given a rise to the number of abortions. I don't know a single European country with armed police, maybe Eastern Europe, probably like Poland and stuff, but not Western Europe. Okay. Again, I was going to speak out of turn. I don't think Ireland does because I don't recall seeing an armed cop in Ireland. It was kind of like England. You'll see the occasional police officer armed, a firearm, that they have a firearm. Not a taser, not a stun baton, but an actual firearm. You got your Denmark police walk around armed, all of them, all the time? Again, I don't want to speak out. Yeah, they do? Okay. I don't want to speak out of turn because it's been years. I think the problem becomes, would one of the alternatives be better education, better social responsibility, teaching our youth that promiscuity can and will lead to consequences? Yeah, Unknown Soul, you're going to laugh at this, right? You're going to laugh at this, and I have no problem telling this story. When I was in school, right? When I was in school, sex education in the Catholic Church was, you find someone to date, you fall in love, you get married, you have sex, God gives you a baby. That was sex ed in like the 80s. Well, me and my partner, my girlfriend, we dated, but we didn't get married, so we thought we could have sex and God wouldn't give us a baby. Well, you know, the fucking biology and shit and free will and all that. Fucking didn't think about a raincoat because the rule said you get married, you have sex, you have a baby. God gives you a baby. Now we've done a little bit better of a job of explaining to young Catholics that, hey, biology's a thing. I think that, first of all, we have to decide if we want to solve the pregnancy crisis or the promiscuity crisis. I don't think we can solve the promiscuity crisis in this country. Not when 10% of women age 18 to 26 make 75% of the money on OnlyFans, and 75% of that money is millions of dollars. I don't think we can solve the promiscuity crisis when we have sex workers that make $2,000 for 2 hours. I don't I don't think that we can solve the promiscuity crisis until we have a generation that actually controls their kids, controls their phones. I think that we need to give people alternatives. And as much as I don't want to turn the world into a fuck house, I think the first step is turning the world into a fuck house and making sure that condoms and birth control are free. Like, I know Trojans and Durex aren't going to be happy with that statement, but I think any girl should be able to go in and get birth control. We could solve 90% of the promiscuity crisis if we just locked your mama up. Hey man, if you are getting down with 26-year-old Gooey and Juicy, all better for you. I don't even think you could triple bag that shit and not get some sort of necrotic disease. But if fucking a 26 decaying corpse of 26 years is your fucking kink, we listen and we don't judge. I mean, if that's your fucking jam, dude. But I think after 26 years, the embalming fluid is probably pretty acidic in its pH at this point. There's 1.62 births per woman in America. 2 is the minimum for a stable society. There's not too much pregnancy. Okay. First of all, you need to check that. You don't need 2 births for a stable society. You need 2 births for population growth. But our population, and I like where you're going with it, right? But what we have is, you're taking the overall aggregate. What you're not focusing on is, we have people, women in this country that have 5 kids, 6 kids, 7 kids. When you look at the average is great. But number one, we could deal with our population going down. And here's why. Only 77% of working age adults in America are actually working. So what that means is we actually have 23% too much population. And so when we take 177 million people in the working age category, we actually have 40.7 million too many adults. So, yeah, 2 is the same. I'm sorry, I misspoke. You are correct. It's 2 for sustaining the population. You need more than 2 for growth. But right now, we're 40 million people heavy. We're 40 million heavy. We could get rid of 23% of the adult working age population. And we'd still be fine. I also want to point out, we have 177 million working adults in America. We no longer need this because we no longer focus on these 2 industries. America's population is primarily service-based. I know people don't like to hear this, but the population of America could drop down to 150 million. It wouldn't impact shit. People are ringing the alarm bell in other countries because other countries don't have the bulk. How do we solve the pregnancy crisis of teenage pregnancy? Well, some teenage pregnancy has been resolved. Some teenage pregnancy has been resolved. Unfortunately, in some communities, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, the teenage pregnancy is going up. How we solve that is good sex ed in education. How do we solve the promiscuity sex crisis? I don't think we ever do. I don't think we solve that crisis. I think we're just stuck in the next 2 or 3 generations of people liking sex and sex selling. I think it boils down to like most other things, until people get it out of their system. What are we calling sex ed? These kids know what sex is. Porn viewership went from 11 to 7 years old for extreme cases. Sex ed in how to avoid pregnancy. For example, Boy in a Band, he has a really great line where he talks about school and what a condom is and how to use one. I know a lot of people, a lot of guys my age, when we were in high school, they were too embarrassed to go in and buy condoms. There were guys that literally didn't know how to put a condom on. That shit needs to be taught. Also, we don't do the shock and awe sex ed anymore. We don't show pictures to young men about what their man meat is going to look like if they get certain STDs. High school I went to gives out condoms. They couldn't give away enough, they'd go bad. Yeah. But the problem is if nobody's using them. I mean, I don't know how many high school pregnancies your high school had. We had about 30 of the guys in my senior year who either already had a kid or they had a baby on the way. But you want to get a guy's attention? The dumbest shit that I hear of is guys are like, I don't like wearing a condom because I don't like how it feels. Obviously, I can't show the images because I would have to. Yeah, you had pregnant desks the students could use. Isn't that charming? Obviously, I don't have the channel set up today to do a specific. But if you look up like STDs or STIs, I always did when I had to teach at the alternative school. I teach a week on sex education. I split the guys from the girls because I have to teach it differently, and I had a female sit in, a teacher's aide sit in. I used to show the guys the pictures of STIs and what their man meat will look like, and you would be amazed. I would show this picture to the guys, and one kid actually, the best response ever was the kid said, "Well, can that be cured?" And he's kind of looking at me, and I was like, "If your junk looks like that right now, you need to take your ass to the fucking clinic right now. In fact, I will give you a pass to dismiss you from school because I taught at an alternative night school. If your man meat is matching this slide, take your ass to the fucking clinic." And then he's like, "Well, what happens?" I said, "They'll cut it off. It'll fall off. It'll rot. It'll die." That picture scared you enough? Yeah. For girls, it's funny. There was an actual study of a girls' school somewhere where they gave the girls the babies to carry around, and it actually led to an increase in high school pregnancy. But how do we fix the that slideshow of HPV shook me? New life fear unlocked. Yeah. How do we change? Well, we can't. Unfortunately, we are in a terrible, terrible stuck point where we can't get better until we get worse. And we can't get better till we get worse because of people like the guy here earlier. Look, man, if you want to say to me, the longer you keep people in school for more school pregnancies pop up, if you have pregnancies in school, there's probably a reason for it. Instead of using condoms and stuff, you should just change the societal accommodation for it and get them married rather than scaring them and making all kinds of artificial solutions. No, not at all. Because we're talking about kids getting pregnant at 16 and 17. They haven't even finished compulsory education yet. Do I think that school should be year-round? Yes. Do I think the kids should be in school a lot more? Yes. A lot longer each day? Yes. But until we can fix those, you can't force people to get married. I mean, like you said, and get them married rather than scaring them. No, scare the shit out of them. Fear is the ultimate motivator. If you need to educate people quickly, fear is the ultimate educator. It's why military training is based around fear and loss of control. Yeah, divorce by 18 if you get them married younger. Now, I did hear a funny way to get people to be faithful. What we need to do is we need to change the human biological shell. So every time a man cheats on his wife or his girlfriend, his dick shrinks by an inch. And every time a woman cheats on her boyfriend or her husband, her tits shrink by a cup size. We would have no more infidelity in this country. We would also have no more relationships, but we would have no more infidelity. And that's the other, like, not to go too far into this because I got to get out of here, but if you track civilization and you look at debauchery, we're riding the wave of debauchery that happens usually just before a fucking collapse. We are at the point where people have allowed their civil liberties in America to get wiped away. We live in America right now where I'm listening to the Charlie Kirk aftermath, the right, the left, the liberals, the conservatives, and I'm just like, you're happy that Jimmy Kimmel's censored. You were upset when Tucker Carlson was censored or silenced or whatever. You know, is there a debauchery timeline scale? Unfortunately, no. Debauchery is usually when we lose society. I mean, we're headed into a new dark ages. We won't have the same dark ages as we had in the past because we're still going to have global travel, global communication, but we're really at the point where humans don't give a shit about each other anymore. Like, almost immediately last week, people started tearing apart the country over Charlie Kirk being murdered or assassinated, blaming the left, blaming the right, all these shit. And I'm just like, dude, guys, a fucking father of two just got murdered. Can't we just fucking focus on the fact that a week after 2 Catholics were killed in a school by gun violence, a father of 2 was killed on a campus? Can't we? Why do we have to make it into something more? Donald Trump was shot in the ear. Why do we have to make it more? Can't we just say, yeah, everyone is so desensitized. The same people who laugh at the fact Asmwell's father passed away as well. Right. Like, Asmwell's father passed away. Now, right, hold on. Getting pregnant at 16 or 17 isn't some crazy thing. It used to be the norm before the Industrial Revolution. But after the Industrial Revolution, people started working in factories and the age of pregnancy slowly rose. And now here we are, people think it's odd to be pregnant at 16. There's no issue with it. No, there's a huge fucking issue with it. Let me help you out with this. Let me help you out. There's a huge fucking issue with people being pregnant at 16 in a country where compulsory education doesn't end until 18 or 19. You should not say you didn't even finish school yet because school is what should accommodate, not the pregnancy. No, it shouldn't. What the fuck is wrong with you? A fucking 16-year-old in my country isn't even a fucking adult yet. A 16-year-old in my fucking country isn't an adult. Now, I'm going to help you out with this. At 16, I lived on my own. At 16, I made my own way. I was one in 100,000, maybe 1 in a million, maybe 1 in 10 million who were able to do that. Most of the 16-year-olds that I knew, I was in college at 16. Most of the 16-year-olds that I was with, like, I wouldn't fucking trust them around a baby. Like, fuck, no. Yeah, at least you're honest. At 16, you couldn't even take care of yourself at 16. I was a latchkey kid. By 16, man, by 15, I was... What needed doing? Laundry, ironing, starching my dad's shirt. What, I could do it all. You were a fucking bum. Right. When we start saying shit like it's okay to be pregnant at 16. Yeah, and guess what, man? At one point, 55 used to be considered fucking geriatric. No, it's not okay to be pregnant at 16. It's absolutely not. School shouldn't accommodate that shit. Look, if you want to run around and fucking get pregnant, then you're pissing away. I hated it. I was a teacher. I hated making accommodations for pregnant students. It was so much fucking ass pain. Look, you got to make accommodations for pregnant students. Why? I fucking teach Monday through Friday. Well, we're going to transfer this student into the alternative school. Great. Go to the fucking alternative school then. Because there's your alternative. There is your compensation. Look, you don't need to be fucking at 16. Then lower the age of it till you should have school for women so they can take... No, let me stop you right there. No, the fuck we shouldn't have school for women. No, the fuck we shouldn't. We should have one school. This is the school we provide. Do you think there's no... literally, holy fuck, man. I can't handle dumbass people. I literally just told you, no, I don't think there's an issue with the birth rate in my country because only 77% of the working age adults in my country have a fucking job. So we are 40.7 million people heavy in this country. We could fucking have a declining birth rate for 2 generations and it not mean shit. I also said we are not an industry-based country anymore. We are not an agricultural-based country anymore. We could fucking go down to 150 million people total in this country. We could lose 50% of the population. And you know what would happen if we lost 50% of the population? People would be able to make enough money at work where women would want to stay home and have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 kids. We have too many fucking people. That's why our birth rate is low. And besides, I have 5 kids. Karthos has 0. Karthos and I balance out to 2.5 kids. That's okay. You don't need, it's like George Carlin said it best, man. Not every person needs to replace them. You can't go down controlled and then stop and up again. Once you lay out societal values that cause birth rate, you're fucked. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna fucking just stop you right there. What fucking background do you have? I would love to know your fucking background. What is your educational background to justify that statement? What is your educational background to justify that fucking statement right there? You went Roman Empire. I was going to go a different route, Karthos. I was going to say, fuck, man. After we lost 30% of the fucking planet after the Black Plague. Shit. We lost 30% of the planet. Dude, we have 8 fucking billion people on a planet that can support at most, at this present time, about 5.5 billion. The fuck are you talking about? You know what would help? You know what would help if you didn't have dinks, double income, no kids. If suddenly everybody had more, people would want to have more kids. You're like, once you lay out the societal values that cause low birth rates, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, shit, man. Go get a fucking education in social sciences and understand what you've just said here is garbage. Societies have low birth rates. Societies then rebound. We don't have a need for high birth rates. You couldn't even afford to have a kid until last year, and I'm out to be 30. Okay, since you stepped up and said it, if you could have afforded a kid 5 years ago, would you have had a kid 5 years ago? If at 25 you had your house paid off, your cars paid off, and $100,000 in the bank, would you have had a kid at 25? If it was my current partner, then yes. There you go. If it was with your current partner and you had the means at 25, you would have had a kid. If we fix the means problem, we fix the birth rate problem. Now, my way to fix the means problem is to pull a Thanos and kill half the humans on the planet. All the ugly dudes, you're fucked, man. You're in my snap. A big part of me not having kids is seeing how dog shit most people are as parents. I'm not dragging a kid into this existence and forcing them to grow up all these fucking dumpster children. Can you make an argument rather than appealing to some education? Yeah, here's the argument. You have no education. It's not an appeal to argument that I'm supposed to fucking brain dump to you like 6 years of social science education. Do you think a society that has kids at 50 and gets divorced 10 times in their life will suddenly realize, oh, we have to go up again? No, I don't. But what world are we talking about where women are having kids at 50? What world are we talking about? The average number of people have been divorced 10 times. What country is that so I can go look at it? I would love to go look at that country. So what bullshit country are you talking about? I'm the youngest of 5. He's the oldest of 7. He's the oldest of 7. When I say, what education do you have? I can't suddenly brain dump to you history and cultural anthropology and fucking sociology. I can't, it's like, this isn't the fucking Matrix, man. I can't be like, tank, hit him. Like, you're making a statement like, people are divorced 10 times. What country are we talking about? Because I don't know what country that is. No, it's not called the appeal to credentials fallacy because I'm not saying, holy fuck, you're dumb. I'm not saying I'm right because I'm educated. I'm saying you're just uneducated. That's not an appeal to credentials. Holy fuck, you know one bias and you're going to weaponize it. The point is, I don't know what your background is. What you're saying is, you're saying I've said I'm right because I'm educated. I've never fucking said that. I'm saying it's a fucking lifetime of study that you've literally, it's also funny that you said that instead of telling me what country are people having kids at 50 and they've been divorced 10 times. See, if you want to create fucking bullshit scenarios in your head, I can't help that. It does, okay, it's an exaggeration 2 times, 3 times, whatever. Well, you would know, first of all, that you don't make exaggerations when you're making a point. You use data, you use empirical data. Second of all, what the fuck does it matter if people have been divorced? Anecdotal evidence, ready? My friend had 1 kid in her first marriage, got divorced, had 4 more kids. That didn't lower the birth rate. My father had 4 kids, got divorced, had 1 more. So my father had already replaced him and his first wife, married my mom, and replaced her. It's not hyperbole. You cannot be treated seriously if you're using hyperbole. I'm sorry that you don't like being spoken down to. Here's the problem with people. Ready? And I make no apology. I'm up here. If you want to stand on a fucking step stool, that's your choice. Or you can fucking get on the education ladder and get yourself all the way the fuck up here. And then we can talk as peers. Only 41% of marriages end in divorce. So you're saying like all these people are getting divorced. Only 41% of marriages end in divorce anyway. So 59% of the country in America isn't getting divorced. Now, why our fucking divorce rate is so high, okay, is because second marriages, 60%, third marriages, 73%. This is the same fucking bullshit that people that don't understand how to look at data fucking run off with data. Well, the average age of a home buyer is 56. No shit, dumbass, because the average age of a home buyer... Wait, you have not made one argument so far. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? I'm discrediting your argument. Why do I think birth rates will go up eventually? as I've said in the argument I made was, when people have the means, they will be able to have kids. I've said literally to you, we have 40.7 million too many people in this country. What do you mean I haven't made one argument? I've been making arguments the whole time. You're like, the 1.62 birth rate. Who fucking cares? I'm not worried about it. I don't have to be worried about it. I got 40 million too many people. I will start to worry. Where I will start to worry, right, is when we cross this number. I will start to worry when our population is this. Because at that point, even though we still have about 1,500 times the number of people we need to have a viable population, when we get to that number, I'll be worried. I know Elon Musk disagrees with me. Low birth rates, well, he is right. Low birth rates will end civilization. But when you only have this many people of your working age adults employed, that's not an argument, that's a statement. When people have the means, they will have kids. Yeah, you are correct. We have too many people. These are all unbacked claims. No, they're not, dumbass. Let me stop you right there. I'm not, this isn't I'm gonna have fucking playtime with a fucking illiterate moron. Okay, I'm gonna help you out. When this is your employment rate for working age adults, and you say we have too many people, these are all unbacked claims. This is a backed claim. That's what data is. It's backing up my claim. If you are only employing 77% of the working age adults, when you have 40,700,000 working age adults with no job, your society doesn't need those 40 million people to function. I will take you back and I will say it one more time for you. We are no longer an industry-based society. We are no longer an agricultural-based society. We no longer need Farmer Brown to have 7 kids. We no longer need Alvin Smith's dad to have 6 sons ahead of him so Alvin can be the 7th son of a 7th son. We don't need that anymore. Our society doesn't need a large population. We are a service-based industry. We only need enough people to provide services. You better have means than most of the world, yet you have less births. We don't have better means than the rest of the world inside of our own fucking economy. You have people like the guy who's already said he was 30 before he was ready to have a kid. And I said, if you had the means at 25 and the current partner, would you have had a kid? Yes, that's the means problem. Dude, go to fucking university. Get a fucking degree. Do some reading in cultural anthropology, sociology, economics, and you will understand, right? There is a reason why people don't want kids. Carthos is above most people's means in this country. Carthos could afford to have 4 kids. Carthos's response is, I don't want kids because most people are shit. His point about why supports your point. When we don't have shit parents running around, we won't have the problem. But when you turn around and somebody says to you, what's your education background? And your first response is to build a straw man. Do you think you have a worse means than some African countries? Do you think they have better employment rate, more food? Why are you comparing Africa to America when we're talking about people inside of a system? Why are you being ethnocentric in saying, from your lens, look at that country? Why? What does it matter externally in comparison? Right? And this is where you don't know what you don't know. It's called math. If the low birth rate states, you will literally have no people left. Okay, dumbass. How many people are in America? Right? I can't handle people that want to talk about shit that they're fucking grossly unqualified to talk about. First of all, you have America and you have a gradient of people. You have Africa and you have a gradient of people. Even the person down here is better than the person up here. But the people here in Africa are the people that can afford to have kids. The people here in America are the people who can't afford to have kids. If these people could magic their ass to Africa, they could have kids. Now, where you say, it literally doesn't matter. Negative 1.00% population. Yeah, let me help you out. Ready? Let me help you. It will take 80 to 100 years. Okay, 80 to 100 years for the US to reach 150 million people. So you think that we have a fucking emergent crisis right now? $80 to 100 to reach 150 million. 130 to 150 to reach 75 million. What do you mean afford to have kids? You have more food and resources. Are you fucking stupid? I'm asking you a point blank question. Are you fucking stupid? Do you not realize we have poor people in America? What the fuck? Are you trolling right now? Are you fucking stupid? We have poor people in America that can't afford to have kids. Because in every closed economy, regardless of their wealth in comparison to other people in other countries and other scenarios, right? It doesn't matter. Like, fuck's sake, man. I could probably go to some African countries and be in their top 10 of wealth. Maybe their top 20. I don't want to fucking go to Africa. I'd rather be middle class in America than fucking wealthy anywhere else. What do you mean some guy on Fent? Yeah, maybe him, but most people are way better off than the richest Africans. No, they're not, stupid. No, they're not. They are better off than Africans when compared to them in Africa. This is what infuriates me, ladies and gentlemen, about ignorant ass people who don't like being called ignorant. Okay? You don't get it. These are two separate fucking worlds. These are two worlds. There are two scales of wealth. This right here is the level of wealth necessary in your country to be able to afford to comfortably have children. It doesn't matter that the person right here would be here in Africa. They're not in fucking Africa. Inside of their own closed system, they don't have the fucking wealth to comfortably afford to have children. And this is the shit you would learn if you weren't so offended that I told you to go get a fucking education. This is the shit they would teach you in Cultural Anthropology 101. This in Cultural Anthropology 101 is when they teach you, you have to stand and you cannot say, I'm standing here looking at this, projecting it here. They teach you in Cultural Anthropology, if I want to talk about how it is in Africa, I'm going to put my fucking Africa glasses on. Most Americans in America are better fed and have better resources than anyone in Africa. Maybe you feel bad in comparison because others... No, dumbass. Yes, they're fed better off. It doesn't mean they have the means to have children. It doesn't mean their socioeconomic status in their fucking country allows... Now, yes, you're absolutely right. If you take the bottom 10% person in America, they took their wealth and they went to Africa, sure, they could have 5 kids. Food is the means to have children. Yeah, guess what, dumbass? You know so much about America, we have people that can't afford food. And by the way, food isn't the means to have kids. This is why you're ignorant as fuck, and you need to either go to school or shut the fuck up. Because you're missing an awful lot of people. Yeah, this guy's gonna find out about localized currency exchange, but this guy's he's about to get his fucking mind blown. Ready? About to get his fucking mind blown here. Food's all you need? Food's all you need to have kids, right? Shit, man. Fucking Maslow rolling his grave, right? Food, shelter, clothing, healthcare. What about those? No, you see, fuck off. You know what? Fuck off. Now you're being disingenuous. Fuck right off. That guy can fuck right off. That guy can fuck right off. Fuck right off. I can't handle stupid. I can't handle stupid. Now, let me grab, somebody asked me a question. Could you educate me as a non-US citizen what type of welfare there is in the US? Here in Sweden, you can make a pretty good living not even applying to jobs. That is a large question. That is a large question. As far as welfare, we give people pretty much everything they need if they've worked. If you have kids and you need food, we will provide you food through Supplemental Nutrition Aid Program. If you need housing, we'll give you housing through Section 8. If you need help getting a job, we sometimes do that. If you are a mother and you just had a baby or you have children. Yeah, no, it wouldn't blow my mind if I told you a mom with 5 kids can make $5K a month not working a single minute, because that's actually low for us in America. A mom with 5 kids in America will get $2,300 to $2,700 a month in SNAP. Depending on the age of the kids, she might get more in WIC, and she could easily get $2,800 or $2,900 a month in Section 8. But yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, I don't know why I stayed to argue with that fucking toolbox. Idiots like that piss me off. By the way, folks, when somebody asks what your educational level is, they aren't making an appeal to authority. That's not what they're doing. If I ask you what your educational level is, do I have to explain the basics, which I clearly had with that fucking moron, because literally wants to make the argument that your socioeconomic status in one country makes you better than people in another country. Karthos and I have talked about fucking foreign countries and moving to them because America is going to shit in a handbasket. In Costa Rica, there's 5 cities in Costa Rica that are all American veterans. I love what I do, but I hate stupid people. Anyway, I gotta get out of here. I gotta find out where my kid is. I will talk to you later.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's